ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kits
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kits
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2. GG bro!
Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
son and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I want proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. Ako naman si Jamie Fournier. Time flies. We're now about to start day 1 of week 3.
Panibagong linggo, panibagong bakbaka naman pero hindi pa naiiba ang Team Liquid Philippines because the cavalry is still at top.
You are right. And speaking of Liquid, let's not forget the rise of the duos this season.
You know what? Marami na tayong naimbento kahit 2 linggo pa lamang. You have the Baby Cakes duo, you have the Zaizen duo from TNC, but there are also pre-existing duos like the Sansan and of course yung tinatawag nating KK Connection na hindi dapat natin kalimutan.
Aling duos kaya ang magpapakilala sa araw na ito? Sino-sino ang magpapakita ng lakas ng Pinas?
We're about to find that out. Oras na para tunghayan ang MPL Philippines Season 15!
I cannot wait to find out more about the duos, but don't forget this trio right here. What is up, guys? Welcome to week number 3. It's day 1. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. Gentlemen, how we feeling?
I am beyond excited given that tonight one of these teams opening up ends their losing streak and we see the Battle of the Birds later on.
Battle of the Birds.
I guess I'm all right. Now, but after everything we've seen for the first 2 weeks, I don't know what to expect anymore from MPL Philippines, man.
I like that, though. You know, I like that we have this kind of uncertainty in the air right now in going into opening week for week 3 here. And I want to see where things fall into place. Before that, of course, we have to go ahead and give a big shout out and a thank you to our official sponsors for the season here. Play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off. And of course, exclusive freebies, so GT20 Pro. Don't forget the hashtag Lakas Solaro.
Infinix is the exact phone that our athletes are using on stage. So if you want to get in on that, make sure that you also pair it with a smart eSIM. If you need pro-level speed, make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game. Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed. Available now at smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store.
Was that an added sound effect?
No, it's part of, it's an automatic soundboard thing because I think we use some intelligence on the broadcast here. If you say some certain things, sound effects play.
I wish at this point, you know, I had one of those things in front of me with all of the soundboard in front of me that we all have.
You have Renmar.
I do.
Next
so
best thing.
I just can't push them from over here. So.
You don't need to push me.
Well, you know who does need to push it? That is the teams at the standings. The teams at the standings, the bottom of the standings, need to push it this week, man. That's what they have to do. And I know for our first matchup, like you already hinted at, we are going to see these teams that have been struggling, you know, the past couple weeks, get a shot to go ahead and end that lose streak. Again, at the top, we have TLPH there sitting at 4 match points. They're 8-1 right now. You got Rora close behind them, and you got a whole bunch of threes here, right? This is all going to change today. 3-3-3.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Omega, AP Brand, and Twisted Minds is we all see them take games in some high-profile matches, in some high-profile ways. Omega has the longest game of the season played alongside Team Liquid Philippines in that game too against them last weekend. AP Brand was impressive as well. And Twisted Minds, just when we thought Twisted Minds won't be able to get a game, they were able to get a game. So this is what I mean by unexpected. Yes, you could probably say, expect TLPH, Aurora, Falcons. They're going to be doing good. They're looking great in the upper half of the bracket. But even the lower teams, they're starting to finally catch up.
Yeah, they are. In today's schedule, this is where we get to see if they catch up or not for some of the teams already. We're kicking it off with our first match. It's Smart Omega and Twisted Minds. And then, of course, later on, the battle of the... What do we say? What'd you say? Birds? The battle of the birds. It's the TNC, the Phoenix versus the Falcons.
As happy as I am for the avian conflict around the horizon...
Yes, sir.
I am so honed in on Omega versus Twisted Minds. Number one, Smart Omega have found a new lead man in Super Yoshi. But just the same, before the broadcast started, I know he's gonna kill me for this, but Paolo Sandatabago, team manager for Twisted Minds, told me to watch closely on the draft. Ooh. I don't know what that means, but there must have been a change that happened in the past week that may just tweak Twisted Minds a little better to maybe get them that dub.
I wonder what that's going to be, you know, and I feel like this has been the question in the air for both of these teams. coming into their matches when it was the first couple weeks here, because right now it's what do Omega and Twisted need to gain momentum? What do they have to do? What surprising draft or difference in the rosters that we've seen, like Renmar even mentioned earlier on, do they have to do? Because we have seen different iterations now of both these teams, and I would say some people also after week 2 ended, they were saying that at least the last thing we saw from both these teams, it looked pretty promising. Like there's obviously a good potential here for both of them. Do you think this is, biggest factor here, Renmar, is going to be what for both these teams?
It's really its stability at the center of the map. Of course, with Twisted Minds, they were thinking, Sensui might fit in here, but this time they brought in Escalera. For Omega, Chaknu, he's the Mamba. I'm sure he's going to make it work. Clearly struggled, in comes Super Yoshi, and they were able to take a game away from Team Liquid Philippines. So find stability in the center of the map, make sure you got the right pick, and most importantly, I learned this very well earlier playing a game with Burrito and Midnight. They really have to watch out for their timings with their fellow mid laner, make sure they're going to execute their mid laners ready.
Yeah, and speaking of that, just across the board, we have to also look at this specifically. Omega's BPI Gold difference timeline. This is week 2. This was, of course, Big J. Can you explain this? Can you explain this graph to us?
Well, if you actually look at Omega here, they seem to be a team a little bit more comfortable around the first 5 minutes or so. Once it gets a little bit longer and they don't have the lead past that, then that's clearly a sign that it's not going to go well for them. But if they have a lead somewhere around the 5 minutes, then that's the chance that they have to take control of the game and eventually get the victory. That's what you saw in their win against Team Liquid Philippines in that game 2 when KyleTzy played that Fanny, and they had a really awesome low Yi, to be fair, in the hands of Ukir.
Yeah, I think part of this too is looking across them from Big J. You have over here now for Twisted Minds, Leo. What do you see the biggest glaring difference here?
I think Twisted Minds just need to have a good start. It's safe to say Omega still has it in their DNA to get that comeback win, even if they struggle in the first 2 minutes. Once they get past the 10-minute mark from a dominant position, then they can win. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they need to have a great start. They need to be on that steady curve up, and that's explained here by their win against TNC, where it's, all right, a slow rise, all right, we're stabilized, we win. I think that's what Twisted Minds game is all about. I don't know what their solution is if they start to slowly snowball downward like a slope.
Yeah.
What their solution is to that.
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, it just goes back again to the center of the map. Their rotations in the early game, make sure that they're supplementing MP the King well enough and that they're taking control of the right portions of the map with their Roman mid.
Yeah, I think part of it too was, again, for Twisted Minds was also the switch up last week that we saw from them. I think that played a part into it too, bringing in Escalera, for example, because back in week 1, if you guys missed it, they were playing with Sensui there in the roam, so now Escalera being there. That's one of the things, though, is some of the changes that have happened with the roster, they've really seemed to go ahead and set into place. I'm just wondering, week by week, is that refinement, is that improvement there to hopefully get one of these teams their first win. But before that, we're going to be throwing it over to the All Access. Let's go ahead and throw it over.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kanina lamang ay nakapanayam ko ang coaching staff ng Smart Omega, both Coach Lembot and Coach Snap, regarding their thoughts sa kanilang matchup versus Twisted Minds. Nabanggit nga ni Coach Snap that everybody really stepped up in their game for this season. Everybody wants to represent the Philippines in the international stage and to also showcase that they will be able to claim that trophy. But in spite of all of the adversity, kahit na hindi umaayon sa kanila ang panahon, Coach Lembot is very much hopeful for this team that this could be a start of something new para sa bagong barangay. In addition, nagkaroon din ng quite a few modifications for the composition of the team, with Jome being the interim captain, leading them in the mid to late game shot calls, and it is something na talagang malaking responsibilidad para sa isang gold laner. At pagkatapos naman ng laro, both coaches are very much intentional in terms of looking for a way to reel themselves back, keeping them level-headed para sa kanilang mga susunod na laban, whether it's a win or a loss. Nabanggit din sa akin kanina that Super Yoshi is gonna be playing once again because of the meta actually favoring him. Chakno, hindi natin may kakaila that he's been a valiant wall of defense para sa kanilang kupunan. Pero ayon sa mga coaches, what is needed in the meta right now ay yung nauunang gumawa ng suntok at yung nauunang gumawa ng play, which is something that Super Yoshi is contributing to this composition of the team. Kaya naman nabago ng konti yung Omega timers na kung dati 18 minutes ang kanilang kailangan para mag-init. Ngayon, unang minuto pa lamang ay handa na silang ibigay ang lahat. Kaya asahan natin ang mas agresibong barangay. That's it for me. Jamie, what's up?
Maraming salamat, Hans, for sharing what Coach Lembo thinks they need to do to move forward with more wins. Dito naman sa kampo ng Twisted Minds, nakausap ko si Coach Bonchan and Coach Essen, and both of them are really teasing us in terms of what we will see from the boys today. Ayon sa kanila, kailangan natin abangan ang kanilang mga laro. Evaluating the first 2 weeks, challenging weeks at that. Noted by Coach Bonchan is it's really a battle between the meta heroes, and with that being the case, they need to change the path. They really need to figure something out. It's either going to be a game-changing draft or a draft worth criticizing. We also talked about the group members, no? Sino yung nagmo-motivate sa ibang miyembro ng Twisted Minds? And Coach Bonchan said, it's really James who remains positive and also very happy throughout the game. At sumisigaw lang siya, bawi lang. Babawi nga ba ang Twisted Minds? Will Twisted Minds finally twist the game? Casters, what do you think? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Hans, and of course, Jamie there with the kind of camp reports, it seemed like there. But again, part of that for our international viewers out there, Renmar, specifically for Omega, what was the biggest thing that we can point out what they want to do?
Well, Jome's going to be the interim captain, and they mainly picked him because of his mid to late game shot calling. So a lot of the movements that we're going to see, maybe it's going to be a lot of influence by Big J himself. And as Hans mentioned, that is a very heavy task, specifically for a gold laner, as you're going to be busy managing the lane alongside calling the rest of the shots for the team. That's going to be tough.
You know what? It's not the first time we've seen it. Big J with the plays and the saves. It's not the first time. We've seen outplayed a team captain lead his squad in the MDL to a back-to-back championship. We've also seen the likes of Benny Cutie, who's making waves, by the way, in case you don't know, lead major backdoor plays for his team then on an almost championship run. So I think a gold lane shot caller is a powerful weapon.
I think it can work. Obviously, it takes a certain kind of player to be able to do that, and we'll see if Big J can step up to the plate. Also for this, we've got a question for you guys. You can answer down below in the comment section. What is the most important key to victory for you guys? Is it going to be leadership? Is it the B, positive mental attitude? Is it C, chemistry? Or D, comment down below? Because, I mean, when we look at this, for a lot of the teams out there, and maybe you're thinking about your own games that you guys play, just at home even, what do you think is your key to victory? Do you have to stay positive? You know, you're on a lose streak, and you're struggling like maybe these two teams have been in the past couple weeks. You kind of need to have a strong mindset, and that's where I think, you know, these coaches really step up to the plate, come in for the players, kind of help them reset, readjust, recalibrate from the off time in the week, and then adjust themselves.
I think it's C.
You think it's C?
Yeah, chemistry. You can't buy it.
That's true.
For me, it's comment down below. Because one thing you need is to not look at the comments of your pro players and a positive mental attitude, so it's actually B.
Hey, I agree, and maybe it's a mix of everything, right? Let's go ahead and welcome the players up to the stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, David, and JJ. MPL Arena, welcome to the third week of MPL Philippines. Starting off with the barangay, waiting to snatch their first win. Here's Smart Omega! In the EXP lane, Luis. In the jungle, the Nightmare, Andoryu. In the mid lane, it's Ukir. In the roam, Super Yoshi. And in the gold lane, interim captain, Big J Jones. facing them in our week opening match. Will this be the day they find the twist in their game? Hungry and determined for that dub, it's Twisted Minds! In the EXP lane, James! In the jungle, MP the King! In the mid lane, the KDA machine, Hajizi! In the roam, the magician, Escaleta! And in the gold lane, Outplay! And welcome their coaches, Coach Eson and Coach Lambot. MPL Arena Makiay para sa Barangay Smart Omega and Twisted Minds!
Alrighty, let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup here. First for Smart Omega. Leo, take us through the players.
I love the flavor that Super Yoshi brought to Smart Omega last week. Very aggressive, leading from the front, allowing for them to be proactive. Even if they did lose the series still, it looked like they had a fighting chance, and that's better than how they opened up the season. So here against Twisted Minds, I'm hoping they bring that aggression so that even while Twisted Minds is recovering, finding their footing, they get hard, fast starts that allow Big J to take control.
We'll see if they're able to do that, and across from them is, of course, Twisted Minds Philippines. Renmar, how's it looking for them?
You know what? If Omega have finally found their fighting chance, they're going to be going up against the ultimate fighter. James has been low-key my favorite player in Twisted Minds so far, but what they've been teasing, even in the report that Jamie shared with us, that Coach Bonchan and Coach Ezon have said, y'all gotta watch out. That's sort of like hints of, are they gonna find their own way of changing up the meta? Coach Bonchan mentioned this meta has been a little bit more about the power picks. Maybe Twisted Minds will live up to their name and actually twist the meta game.
That's what I want to see here, is because now that we're in week 3 and we've seen quite a few debuts last week, if you remember, right? Like there was a bunch. So maybe at this point, now that there's been some more time to find that adjustment, we maybe even see more new heroes be picked up in week 3. And I'd love to see that from both the teams, honestly. But I think more so from what we've seen from Smart Omega, even looking at the breakdown here in terms of the stats, both teams obviously struggling a little bit overall, but you can leave some of that creativity up to both the sides, but I think it's going to be Twisted Minds here that does that.
Twisted Minds, interestingly enough, based on the spider web, have a wee bit of an edge over Smart Omega in the Lord take. So that means there's a little bit more of a late game oomph to Twisted Minds game. We'll see if Omega can solve that.
And before that, also, we want to go ahead and see how the players get ready for the game with our ping test.
Anong gusto niyong gawin ko dito sa mic? Anong kanta? Baka yung ano na lang. Yung pamatay ko na lang, Kier. Alam kong ako'y nangako, di na mauulit pa. Shoutout nga pala sa mga MPL boys namin. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Pero depende na lang sa Twisted Minds. Pero kami, gagawin namin best namin. Good luck nga pala kay Ryota. At ito na nga po, mag-start na ang MPL Season 15. At kasama ko ngayon, si Yoshi. Yoshi! Paano hindi hihingaan yung mic? Eh, nung kalaban mo nga si JP, hindi ka makahinga. Eh nga ng pulbo kung pambilyar pa rin. Ay, pakinggan nyo muna to. Lagi rin pala sa retriyan, kaibigan nga lang pala yan. Pre, kailangan ko na magpagupit, pre. Burst made pa rin to, ya. Yung pani ko, pre, hindi pa tumatama yung cable, ubos na yung energy. Nakakaya ko nung sa Cambodia ko, pre, nagpani ako, pre. Ubos na yung energy ko, wala man lang ako tinamaan. Nice surrender! Oras na para mag-boom, boom, boom, boom.
It's time for what?
For beatdown.
It's time for the beatdown?
For the boom, 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 boom.
For the boom, 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 boom.
Man, I didn't think I could love Big J more than I already do.
You mean the Predator?
He looked like a Yautja, yes.
Larger
than usual, but I can't believe he had pipes like that.
He's got pipes. Maybe they can make use of it here. Let's look at the Infinix keys to victory, Renmore.
Yeah, Joe, we got to be big time here. Interim captain now. We got a lot to manage, but don't forget, one of the reasons why you shined last season is because you made the big plays at the right time. Find the right time to be Big J. Be the king, MP. You mentioned Cambodia and your unfortunate experience about not having energy as a fanny in some situations, but MP the King showed us, show us what you brought out in Riyadh in MSC when you guys weren't playing without a coach, and you still absolutely killed it. Bring it home. You guys have yet to win a series this season, but both of you have won games against teams in the upper half of the bracket. You've shown us you have the capability. Now show us you've sharpened up your early game rotations and your decision making to finally get your first series win.
Hopefully they're able to pull that off, even for MP the King. And I know Leo mentioned this with the spiderweb graphic that we saw earlier on, the breakdown of their stats. I think part of that too, again, is for the most part, MP the King he's been playing pretty aggressively on the. Is he the only one that's played the Hanzo?
Yes.
He is, right? Like, okay, so he likes to go ahead and lean towards some of those more aggressive junglers and everything else. And I think, obviously, we have seen it before when they're down in a game, somehow, some way, MP the King's still able to get kills. You know, he's still able to convert things. Sometimes he's able to also contest some of those objectives.
Yeah.
And so over across from him, and Doru has been that person too in the past seasons where we've seen him. And he looked quite impressive when it came to actually fighting for those objectives. So maybe that's a key here.
Even as far back as Season 14, Andoryu had amazing stats. On paper,
yeah,
some would argue he's the best jungler in the league. But when you come down to it, in moments as tight as Lords, even in the late game, no one comes close to MP the King. He's always had that edge, always had that clutch gene. So if you're talking about late game moments, you have to always consider what MP's going to do.
Oh, we'll see this because first ban's already out here. First blue side priority for Twisted Minds.
Yep, Joy available as Twisted Minds have taken out the Suyo with the Harith God. You can't first pick that, and you're not going to first pick Granger with the Joy wide open. It's looking like a clear-cut Joy pick here for Twisted Minds, as that will also stop Omega from potentially picking up along like an Eve in the first two picks. So they might actually decide to swerve here and pick up a Low Yi as one of the first two picks, something that's low-key been going up a little bit more since last week. Oh, Low Yi's also banned out by Twisted Minds. So they pick out the Granger still into the Joy, but I like that they picked up the Phoveus here. This would be good in terms of invading that portion of the map.
But the Eve is still open, so you did mention the Eve. That's one way that Twisted Minds can match the range of a Grenier.
Grenier.
I just hope they don't go high loss.
Here we go, top picks. Looks like that is going to be right there. The Hilda comes through this early on in the first phase, and then...
I hate to throw back the... Wait, what? I hate to throw back to early week one, man. Remember when the Hilda was such a high priority, a too high priority?
Yeah.
And it bit them in the behind?
It did.
A part of me is softening up to the idea of the Hilda coming out a little bit early, because we've seen some impressive Hildas last week, but again, this time, usually we see the Phoveus do a little bit better. But that's a surprise pickup by Omega to rush the high booster early on. So both of these two have actually decided to forgo picking the roam in mid in the first phase. So they're going to be battling out for the roam in mid picks in this second phase. Omega takes out the chip first. There was something I told you guys off camera. We might be seeing new roam picks popping up in this series, and we might see this in this game number one.
So you think so? You think at least the debut hero this time around for this matchup is going to be Roam?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say debut. We've seen Kufra make the rounds.
Yeah.
I'm saying you never know, man. You never know if there's going to be a new debut hero here on day one, week 3. You know.
Funny enough, Omega, I think, can still consider Super Yoshi picking up the Ruby again, because it looks very good for the lineup of Twisted Minds, considering that they have the Phoveus that will be fronting. The Ruby can act as the follow-up, and that's exactly what they did, if I'm not mistaken, last week against Team Liquid.
And it is a signature. Yoshi does like his Ruby.
Yeah. What else? What other roams haven't come forward yet?
There's one I want to see.
So you don't want to jinx it. You just want to.
No, I'll say it. I want to see the Minotaur, man.
Throw it out to the world.
The Minotaur?
Yeah, I want to see the Minotaur.
Say the F word. Say the F word.
Franco.
You know that thing going on right now?
What?
Where all those people do that? Franco. It's the Franco. If you guys have seen that trend going on, you know what I'm talking about. And they're not saying Franco.
So far, I don't see a Franco for either side. Maybe for Omega?
Yeah. I think Twisted Minds is thinking up of something, because they're banning out a... Well, it makes sense why they'd want to ban out the Valentina. But at the same time, maybe they're really considering someone with a very powerful ultimate. I'm thinking, you know what? Go for it, man. Pick up a new roamer here, Twisted Minds. Please show it to us. Minotaur or Franco, any of those two, I'm happy.
Minotaur would be great, but there's also still Hylos is still on the table. He's been picked up quite a bit, and I know.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm so tired of seeing Hylos.
I know you are.
Minds.
I know you are, and also I know a lot of people are. But I'm just saying. That's what they have leaned into, especially like with, you know, whether that was Escalera or even back with Sensui.
Yep.
They went with the Hylos, so.
Sensui's Hylos got beat up, man.
It did. I would be surprised if it gets picked up because.
I'm not mincing my words. It just got.
It did not have a good day.
Jerky.
All right, that debut pick. There's the debut.
Hold up.
Wait.
Is that a mid-Florin? My good
That
sir.
is a mid-Florin.
My good sir.
Are your minds twisted?
You have a mechanical genius in Haji, and you make him press buttons like this.
And there is the Ruby.
And there's the Ruby, like you guys mentioned.
If we know Yoshi, if we know Zedric, that's what he's going to pick.
Hajizi, Pahil. Does it work like that? Like, the Florin in the mid?
No, it's a Rome Florin, and I think they midded the Cho.
That's a Haji pick.
Yeah, it's a Haji playing the Cho.
That's very Haji then.
That would be very Haji.
Sandata, you tease, sir.
I'm digging it. It's a whole different level of crazy, but I'm digging it. Not gonna lie.
If it wins,
If it wins, it wins. Oh man. Okay, we got to see if that is that final decision here once we come up to the draft. And if that's the case, it could end up working out really well with the lineup. Once again, looking at the breakdown here, you've got similar lineup ratings in the case, but you got really strong early game potential for Twisted Minds. And also, they want to be able to go ahead and control the objective. So there it is. It is Hajizi on the Cho. And they're putting the floor in the hands of Escalera.
So it's like this is the unique universe of like, hey, you should get Hajizi back on the Rome. You know what? Leave him in the center of the map as the mid, but let's give him a Rome style pick.
Oh man, well, let's go ahead and find out as we open up week 3, jumping into the land of dawn. It's game 1 in our first best of 3 between Twisted Minds and of course Smart Omega. Now looking at this, look at this early aggression already.
Jeezy facing off against 3, dashing out. Super Yoshi wants to keep him here. Ukir blasting him, gets away.
Okay, in essence, how is this going to work? Like, is this going to be okay, a Cho in the mid lane versus this Vexana, just because you have the Florin to help heal you up?
Yeah, they can rotate faster. Hajizi does have the heal and even the crowd control once Florin hits a level 2. To be able to get information in aggressive manner and still have a capability to escape. The thing is, they are still both susceptible to still getting pulled in by Super Yoshi later on in the game. And this is a crazy crowd control combination with the Vexana and Ruby. So I will double down again on that. Hajizi and Escalera really need to make sure that their comms are on point. And Escalera showing Hajizi, like, here's some good faith for you. I'm giving you my bloom. I'm giving you the flower.
Give him the flower. Also, you know, because we haven't seen the Florin just yet, at least, hold on, Lewis, okay, he flickers out, he's fine, but because we haven't seen the Florin yet too, interesting to see, you know, Escalera is going to run with that focusing mark to go ahead and add a little bit of extra damage, so maybe also some of the damage from having a Cho in the mid lane, especially what Hajizi decides to build it, will be a surprising amount of damage where they could just pick off Ukir, especially if the flicker's down. That might be one option here. Oh. Mid lane already.
Hajizi in the middle of it all, survives with 1/4 of his health. Will he be here? Will he be able to stay for the turtle take? James gets blasted. Andorju jumps onto him, and he's very low. James survives with just a sliver of health.
All right, Twisted Minds will not lose a player there, but they're going to be definitely losing this turtle. I don't think MP the King is going to contest it. Escalera needs to back on out of there. And in the early game, weirdly enough, despite the graph showing that Twisted Minds has it slightly better, they're going to be struggling up against this Phovius that at this portion they won't have the right solution for just yet.
Clean turtle take by Smart Omega, given that Twisted are a man out, but not a man down.
Not a man down, no one going down just yet. There's a pull.
I'm offended. Comboed with an EG. Hajizi survives through a flicker.
That's what I call the athletic flicker. So he does go ahead and survive that, but that combination can happen again, you know, quite often, and that's the scary thing for Hajizi.
Yeah, and that's why we were talking about that. Hajizi and Escalera, the center of the map, really need to be careful against the Vexana and the Ruby. that might happen a little bit more. And I don't think it's something that they can always avoid. They'll just have to accept that, yeah, Yoshi will catch us from time to time.
Yeah, especially with that. Still looking for the focus here in the mid lane. Oh, he's not going to land that one. So, you know, that cooldown on the I'm Offended is going to be up often more than that flicker is available for HaJizi. And honestly, he's probably the easiest target for this.
Ooh.
Dora doing a little check.
Mind you, there's not a single Purify on Twisted Minds. So once Yoshi finds it and commits to it, they just have to heal through whatever Omega brings.
Yeah. They're just really thinking about the repositioning with the flickers, and even the sprints instead is what they're going for. So I think later on, James might end up becoming an annoying presence for Omega's lineup, but that's mostly going to be the Vexana and the Granger that he'll be focused on catching, and it might actually be tough for him to have backup, even if HaJizi is going to be the one to initiate and try hunting down the back line. Team fighting later on might be a little bit difficult for Twisted Minds if they're honest with it, but if they can find the unique angles, that's where they can catch Omega off guard.
Yeah, I think part of it is playing around the speed that this lineup gives them. You know, we're talking about the Joy, we're talking about the Irithyll, and then like the Hilda, and the 2 sprints that they have, like you mentioned. But then even if they get engaged on from Smart Omega, they're relying on some of that sustainability to help them last through those fights and look for those angles that you're mentioning here. I'm just wondering, I think they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time really contesting some of these early fights.
I'm offended onto HaJizi. The Infernal Pursuit by Lewis. Turtle here, slow take by Omega. Haji playing with the range, outplayed down to half health. In comes HaJizi looking for a kick. Ukir flickers back. Andoryu committing a shadow, looking for the shadow kill to jump once more. The bloom from HaJizi will not save himself. First blood drawn by Zimwano Prodigy. EG coming through, outplayed. Compromised, the jump in from Lewis.
Wow.
Target to target, backing off. Lewis in the thick of it, behind enemy lines, survive. Andoryu coming through. Down goes the Magician. Now you see him, now you don't.
If Twisted Minds cannot get the execution at the beginning, Omega will punish them. Great flicker by Ukir to avoid getting kicked back in the right angle by HaJizi. And again, you double down on the thought of the Phoveus being their problem if they cannot get the engagement start that Twisted Minds wants.
And that's exactly why they picked it up on the first swing of the draft for Smart Omega. As I was saying, you know, maybe the sustainability is going to help Twisted Minds. No, because their Smart Omega is just so durable and tanky that they survive through all of that, and no one's low enough. And then here comes Andoryu to sweep in, or Big J to cap off a kill. So now they got the 2 turtles. They got themselves a nice, comfortable lead, at least here. They are going to take 1 turret for Twisted Minds up top, but the same thing is going to happen. Oh, Andoryu
whoa.
Forced out of his jungle.
Oh. I like this rotation by Twisted Minds. I thought they were just going to focus on the lane, but they even pressured the jungle of Andoryu. James, though, left in the bottom to defend. Already the passive of the tower, the bottom lane, popped by Omega. And Omega aren't even going to stick around to get an orange buff. Twisted Minds, though, were not able to take the orange away from Andoryu.
Happy with the minor objective that is the Holy Shield. Mind you, we're at 6.5 minutes, Renmar. 6.5 minutes to pop the Holy Shield down bottom.
That doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it doesn't. Twisted Minds sacrificed a lot of the bottom portion of the map to get control up top. Excuse me, I have to change that up. Andoryu did lose his orange buff to Twisted Minds.
But in exchange for the Holy Shield, again, it seems like the Barangay have a busy schedule.
Yeah.
They snuck in this match with Twisted Minds behind like 5 more appointments.
They just kind of ninjaed their way in at this point. So now this is another turret that's going to be worked up. They take it down. This is so much space and map advantage. Like even in consideration of the shield going down on the bottom side, giving them an advantage. I mean, we're still looking at the 3rd turtle to come up here. And right now, Twisted Minds, you're thinking, man, they're just okay with these turrets being taken down like this. They don't really have a response right now.
Yeah. They're really sacrificing their towers just so Outplay can get farm. Outplay's left in the bottom lane while they're zoning out in the turtle pit so that Outplay should be safe. If Twisted Minds decides to go all in on this, it might be bad for them.
I'm offended. Onto 1, finds HaJizi. The KDA machine has been shut down. In comes the Phoveus. Lewis jumping on the 3.
That's bad.
Now they're forcing them to retreat. In goes Joe. Mescalera gets popped once more. James running for his life. Joe's not going to allow him to. Double kill for Big J.
This feels wrong.
Yeah, man, something ain't going right, but it's Super Yoshi, his Ruby, his signature pickup. He's continuing what he showed off against Team Liquid Philippines in Game 2 last week. He is she, man. He knows the angles and the perfect timing entries with this Ruby pickup. Haji!
Oh, coming through. Might get punished here. Lewis very low. Surviving with the shields in the Infernal Pursuit. Traded out for the KDA machine.
Yeah, but this whole time they're going to go ahead and get themselves to the Lord. So Lewis, he's fine with it. And, you know, going back to how this is being played, Smart Omega is so confident with the fact that they can go and win these fights, go at their own angles. They use the flickers offensively. When you're doing that to go ahead and catch up these kills, it's looking a little dicey for Twisted Minds right now. That buff is going to be taking a pull again. James
pulled in. Not enough damage on Big J just yet, but look at this. He's eating well. He's eating good.
Double Dami already built up by Omega. One for the Phoveus, one for the Ruby. So Twisted Minds, the healing brought out by the Bloom of the Florin. Shouldn't be a massive turnaround. It'll help them, but it won't be as big as a heal as that can be dished out. 6.2 or 6K for the Aerithel, still catching up to the Granger.
Oh, another shield going to be popped. Super Yoshi, very, you know, he's utilizing these every time the MFN is available, he's going to go for it. They're going to march in with this Lord now. We'll see if Hajizi looks for an angle, doesn't find it, actually has to deal with it, and they might lose this turret here as the Lord goes and makes its way, and now they'll rotate for the West of the Waves to push in.
Slow and steady, the Barangay breaking through turrets.
Oh,
wow! Up. Super Yoshi coming through, pulls two. Escalada goes down, Hajizi as well, and they collapse on the Twisted Minds. 4 goes down, traded out for Yoshi, and the Barangay make it a quick one. Under 10 minutes, Game 1 goes to Smart Omega.
A very quick game for Smart Omega, 10 minutes, just under it, to go ahead and get the first win in the series.
Yoshi's Ruby, the Vexana paired up with it. Yeah, it was just really tough for Twisted Minds to get what they wanted for the Cho to be aggressive, because you had a Ruby watching there for you. And I'm thinking here, did Twisted Minds oversee the Ruby pick? Did they forget about it because they decided to ban the Valentina? And we were already calling it in the draft at the second phase of banning that the Ruby already looks good for Omega.
Yeah, that was such a good combination there at the end there, where Super Yoshi went in, got the I'm offended off, Eternal Guard drops down, and I think he hit, what, 4, maybe 3-4 members, was able to get the knock-up. And that was the thing, man. It was constant. That was the constant combo. Like, Super Yoshi just so adamant to use the I'm offended, grab if it was Hajizi or multiple, and then boom, Eternal Guard.
Logic states that for you to make a heal lineup work, you have to have the HP to work on it, right?
Yeah.
Omega didn't allow Twisted Minds to get that HP buffer. They just ran through him, and the Ruby was the perfect hero to break that tempo.
Yeah, we talked about this so many times with Ruby's history. It's just perfect with breaking tempo. Exactly what we saw. And then you also mentioned that to make a heal lineup work, you need HP, which I liked it, but now the heal to pick is a little bit more questionable, because if they were going to lean towards that, then why not go for an EXP that's a little bit more tankier, right?
And of course, our MVP, Super Yoshi, here with that Ruby pick. You guys mentioned this before it was even brought up, at least for the draft. You know that he loves this hero, and well-deserving of the MVP here, 0, 1, and 8. Honestly, yeah, it's funny because when you look at it, it was such a quick game, right? He's only got the Athena Shield and Dominance Ice, but all he had to do really was use that ultimate.
Gosh darn it, the definition of low to the ground. Look at that. Finish the game under 10 minutes with just 2 full items. 3 if you count the boots.
Oh my goodness. How he timed it also with the conceal. It's something that we saw against Team Liquid Philippines. He just knows the right angle of charging up. He presses the ultimate first before he flickers. And in the middle of that very quick animation, he'll flicker forward and then catch you right at the end of it. And going back to the beginning though, you saw that the Phoveus really was a big thorn to the side of Twisted Minds.
So in his case, it's I'm flicker offended.
Yeah. That's the space.
It's crazy because, like, here we are. We're almost to the end. Like, this is the cutoff where they go ahead and find him, and they push into the base a little bit further here. And that's the thing. Super Yoshi was just so good with it. And that, too, like, the offensive flickers, this is the one where, you know, Hajizi might go get that kick, but Lewis is fine to die here.
Yeah. It's funny, though, because you can knock on Twisted Minds draft, as I'm pretty sure a lot of people right now are questioning, but there's also a universe wherein the Ruby will actually not do good against this. If the Ruby misses, if the Ruby is sloppy, doesn't go for the surprise aggressive plays, it can easily get punished by a Ruby and a Florin together, especially with the Sprout of the Florin. Excuse me, not the Sprout, the the one with the crowd control.
You were right, it was Sprout.
Sprout, it is Sprout, thank you. But it just shows how good Yoshi is with that Ruby.
Yeah, even looking at this, again, it was interesting to see, Hajizi going on the Cho here and Escalera getting that Florin, but it just did not come to fruition. Like, their plan did not work for them because, again, I think maybe if you took out the Phoveus from Smart Omega, maybe it would be a little bit different because I feel like from the start of the game, as soon as Phoveus catches anybody or just is on his infernal pursuit, you can't stop the guy. Like, you have to commit too much to deal with just Lewis in your face.
And their kit just did not allow for that. Usually if you have like a mage in mid that scales up in damage early, you can punish a Phoveus.
Yeah.
But they have a Cho.
What's a Cho gonna do?
So you're gonna make him go deeper in your lineup, and that's just counterproductive. That's a Nambo.
Nambo. Yeah, is that the opposite of a combo? Is that an official thing now?
It's a combo with a no at the beginning.
Yeah, it's a Nambo, you called it?
Nambo, sir.
Yeah,
Nambo.
it's a Nambo.
Anti-synergy.
And I think that's one of the things that you really have to credit Omega for, the fact that they prioritized the Phoveus in the first two picks right away alongside the Granger, and I like that. I think it goes to show that usually when you think about the hierarchy of the best EXP laners, you think of CC, you think of Phoveus. Funny enough about CC, CC was overlooked here. They decided to pick up the Hilda instead of the CC for Twisted Minds. But yeah, I think that's something we have to watch out for drafts in the future, for Phoveus to get prioritized at the red side. By the way, yes, you're seeing the new addition there. The BPI rich guy of the game is interim captain Joan.
Yeah, 942 on the GPM. We're going to take a closer look at that too, but it must have been the singing, man, that got him in tune for this game one.
It's that mid lane counterproductive conflict that allowed for the, I'd say, XP, jungle, and gold to just mind their own business. Ukier and Super Yoshi did so well in controlling that mid lane, that main artery, that the rest of Barangay could take a trip to BPI and just make money.
Yeah.
Just withdraw.
Open up an account and just go.
That's it.
Within 5 minutes.
Passbooks updated. Let's take the base.
That's very easy to pull off, by the way. So that's how easy it was. That's how easy it was for Omega.
To be fair, I was just gonna say 5 minutes.
Half the game
right?
is all
That's
it's
half the game.
Yeah.
Hey, you come out to be BPI's rich guy, And I think part of that too, again, there was just so much that the mid kind of trio, but the mid duo specifically here, were able to just control. And since in that sense that you have a Cho and a Florin across from you, like for Smart Omega, once they had that control, it's like, okay, we don't actually have to worry about too much else. And then you result into this for your BPI rich guy for Big Joan.
Yeah, and you can see how he got his gold, a lot of it through the minions, because, again, he was undisturbed in the laning phase. He was having a grand old time. He was also being outplayed in the lane, and we talked about how the Irithyll before used to be the answer to the Granger. Joan didn't make it feel that way. He dominated, and after that, of course, from the kills and assists, just to show how dominating Omega was here.
And it was so bad for Twisted Minds that they lost control of the mid lane, which means they lost control of everywhere else. He stole a bit from MP the King. 500 gold, to be specific, from MP the King.
Yeah, that's quite a bit for him to go ahead and have. And I've been saying, for Big J, it's like in the previous weeks, we've been waiting to see him activated, to have that moment in the lane, have that moment within this team. And I feel like in this case, because they've been able to go ahead and kind of iron out some of the things, and of course with the addition of Super Yoshi there, it allows Jome to have that experience that a lot of these successful gold laners are having right now, on some of the teams that have been dominating, where, think about Oheb, for example. Like, a lot of times he's able to just go ahead and focus, on what he needs to do, and then he pops off later on. So that also is part of what they can do moving forward. Now, also, we have a watch party, by the way, going on for the Kabarangay. This is also going on at My Coffee. This is March 15th. That is tomorrow. And that's going to be at Saturday at 4 p.m. That is in Quezon City. I don't know if I've ever been to My Coffee. I would love to go. But wait, technically I could.
Yeah, you could. We're from there now.
We are.
Yeah, but Quezon City is a big place, so
No,
it depends
you
where.
guys are.
Yeah, it depends on where in Quezon City.
Don't speak for me, all right?
This is
This is okay, but I'm working.
Yeah, he's worried. We're not.
I'll be calling the match between Omega and Aurora, so that's what you're covering.
We'll see you there. We also want to go ahead and invite everybody to go ahead and check this out because you can join the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2, a 500,000 peso prize pool with up to 1 million diamonds. Yeah, that's right. 1 million diamonds is all waiting for you.
And better yet, this is something money cannot buy. An opportunity to qualify for MDL Season 6 this August. Visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page or go to the website to register now. Just scan the QR code. Everything you need is going to be there.
I love how the collegiate scene for MLBB here in the Philippines has gotten a lot of opportunities, especially since last year. It's been great.
Yeah, and also, speaking of opportunities for them, there's also opportunities for the women MLBB players out there. The Athena Cup is happening right now. This is an exclusive league for the female pro players, and it's also the official MLBB qualifier for the Women's Invitational.
Happy Women's Month. The tournament has already started. It's running up until May 27th. I was watching the broadcast this morning just to get into the groove of things, get back into MLBB esports spirit. Let's also support the growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros.
Can't wait to see kind of who's going to be representing, of course, the Philippines out there in the future. But of course, I think what is the favorite right now still? Is it the Omega Empresses?
Defending champions.
The defending champions, you know, still looking pretty strong. But before we move on to Game 2, we're going to have another all-access pass. Let's go ahead and throw it over there.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Ano? Ito yung mga nangyayari dito sa MPL Arena. First off, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. What an exciting first game, right, Hans?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Can't wait to see Game 2. But before that, we're so blessed to have none other than Yawi Cakes with us today. Also, MDL caster, by the way. How's MDL so far, Yawi Cakes?
Okay lang naman at kakatapos lang ng group stages. We're going in through the seeding stage next week. So, abangan nyo lahat yan.
Alam mo, gusto ko ring malaman yung kasi first time mo ba mag-on-ground streamer?
Yes, first time.
Now, how does it feel like? Kasi nakikita ko, nagsistream ka naman palagi. Pero anong kinaibahan nito ngayon?
Iba yung feeling dito. Una sa lahat, sa lamig ng venue, tapos sa init ng bakbakan, baka magkasakit kayo. Joke lang, hindi. Baka kasi sa tindi ng mga laban dito, tsaka yung tindi ng ugong ng fans and everything, iba yung experience kesa dun sa bahay lang ako nag-restream.
Sobrang exciting talaga, di ba? So, do you want to invite them to watch you? You're the on-ground restreamer today. First game pa lang, marami pa silang aabangan. Please invite them.
Ayan, so ongoing pa rin ang match number 1. Kakatapos lang ng game 1 at kung kakatingin nyo lang, tama ang nakikita nyo, 1-0 lamang ang Omega dito sa laban kontra sa Twisted Minds. So, nood tayo lahat.
Okay, quick run lang, quick run. Twisted ba o Omega?
Omega.
Oh,
2-1.
talaga.
Omega, 2-1. He loves the spirit. Caster ka rin ng MDL, so imbitahan mo naman sila.
Every Tuesdays to Thursdays, manood kayo ng MPL Philippines Season 5 dahil bago yung format, so mas matitinding laban ang aabangan natin.
Tama nga ba si Yawi Cakes? 2-1, Omega win. Yan ang aabangan natin. Casters, what do you think? Over to you.
I am wondering, which one is it? I know the Baby Cakes duo. What about the Yawi Cakes duo?
He's a one-man duo.
Yeah.
He's a one-man duo?
Who is Yawi and who is Cakes?
Who is Yawi and who is Cakes?
He is both him.
He is him,
They
basically.
are him.
They are him. Big shout out to Yawi Cakes, of course, one of the MDL talents here in the Philippines. He is over here live with us, restreaming, of course, so go ahead and check out his live stream.
Did he say 2-1?
He said 2-1 Omega.
Yeah.
So that means, according to
Yawi
Mr. Cakes, Twist goes...
What here?
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Yawi, that's a... You know what? I'm not even going to say that's a little bit generous. Again, like I was telling you guys that Super Yoshi just really popped off of that game number 1. That floor in, as weird as it is, really could have worked, but Super Yoshi just said no.
Well, you know who didn't say no? Niall. Because we got a little update from MPL ID here.
Can you play XP, son?
He didn't say no. He's like, I got it. Onic ID debuts Niall in the XP lane.
Gas, bang, gas.
Gas, bang.
Well, I guess, they're 1-1 right now against Geek.
Yeah.
So it's not working.
So I'm assuming based on the headline, he won one game.
Yeah. I also like how things have been going quite crazy in Indonesia.
A little Geeler.
Yes, a little Geeler.
Little Geeler.
It's crazy how even in Indonesia, it's like Onyx as an organization so far in the season has just
Like,
been
what's
struggling. Yeah, it's been a struggle for the Hedgehogs.
A lot of people are asking to make it make sense. Like,
Yeah.
it's a constant question about Onyx, whether in Indonesia or here. When's our fellow Malaysians starting their MPL?
Well, they're the last, I think, in
Are they
the
the last?
schedule.
Oh, they're last? Okay. So there's no new one starting this week. So, but what is game 2 just around the corner, and it is going to be Twisted Minds going over to the blue side.
And they were already on blue side to begin. So
Yeah.
that means, if I'm not mistaken, Coach Lembo and Coach Snap have figured a way to take control of the draft in red.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to hope to see if Josh Cakes' prediction comes through this too. If that's the case, we get to a game 3. But there's no Chantel and Brigida here, so let's hope for the best. That's a Phobius right away is what they go for.
Yeah, that's a panic button press if I've ever seen one. But at this point, that's the only choice that they had.
To be fair, man, like if I played against that game earlier, I'd be like, you know what? I also want the Phobius this time.
So do they go Grand Joy?
Yes, Granger Joy should work out.
Yep.
As Asuyo's gone. So that leaves like Hayabusa or even an Alpha for Twisted Minds. They can go Matilda Alpha here. Matilda Alpha Phobius together, a pretty nasty combo.
That's so good.
Right?
Very nice.
I like that.
That is very nice.
Hopefully they consider it. Twisted Minds, though, something that we've noticed about them since week number 1, since last week, blue side, they're not a fanny team. So I think that's why Omega are happy to continue picking red, because they know that Twisted Minds are gonna ban the fanny.
Well, to be fair, game 2, they let Twisted Minds pick red.
Yeah.
Omega was home.
Yeah.
So they're fine. So we're not seeing Matilda.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, it's an Airthel show. Excuse me, the Matilda was banned out by Omega.
Oh, yeah,
so
there it is.
Yeah.
I got too excited. It's still the same bands.
I also wanted to see it, though.
Yeah, right? Because you got convinced too, but
A little tingly.
Twisted Minds will go over the Cho again. Makes sense up against the Joy. Whether they're gonna be putting it in the mid again or
Let's
in
not
the
put it in the
You
mid.
don't want to see. Yeah, they won't have the
I
Joy
don't.
or the Harith anymore. So I think
Yeah.
they need to put it roam.
They have to, like, I would much rather prefer they put it in the roam, put a traditional mage in the mid lane. Let that happen. Because over here to round out that first phase, now you've got it there, the Badang coming through.
Likely a Lewis pick.
Likely a Lewis pick here.
So Bisaya Badang.
I mean, he is Bisaya.
He is.
Yeah, the Cebuana prodigy. So, Badang taken out. So Omega go into the second phase with a flex pick. Usually, though, the Badangs have ended up in the EXP.
Technically, in this case, so is the Cho, right? Like, they could end up putting it in the mid again.
I agree with you. Maybe not. Let's not see it again anymore.
Well, there was a time when Phobius would go in the mid, too, remember?
Right.
There was a time.
Even Glue. That was like in the same season, we saw a Phobius and a Glue mid because of how fast they can clear then quickly invade, like level 2. So Omega take out, they're still respecting the Selena on the side of Omega. And of course, respect on the Ruby. But now, Twisted Minds, well, they have to commit a Ruby Jawhead ban for their first phase because they can park the Padang and EXP, then have the Jawhead roam too.
Which is definitely one way to kind of. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Is that H2O? John Paul Salonga in the building?
What is he doing here?
Alongside a mustachio Dogman.
He's been running, by the way. Big shout out to him. He's been on that running era.
Yeah.
He's been competing in a lot of like 10Ks.
Wait, H2?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why he got a Savage in the first week of MPL Philippines with that link.
Yes,
Great
sir.
cardio.
Great cardio. Hey.
Nothing to do with the game, but he's always been good on the link.
Stay healthy, your mind stays healthy, right? That's what he's doing. Last ban here.
Hope will find a way.
Oh,
okay.
They're letting the JH through. I was going to say, that's one way to put down Super Yoshi, is to keep him away from these proactive, hyper-aggressive roamers.
Eve is still open. It would be a great pickup for Omega. They can go Eve Jawhead with their last 2 picks. If they're not going to go for the Jawhead route, I wonder if they'll consider the...
A Farami.
Oh, Faramish. Didn't think about that.
Oh, no. Rather not burst.
This is going to be Eve Farsa. Is that what we're going to see here?
Burst first.
Against a Granger and Joy, I think Eve is going to be risky. Oh, what?
No, what?
What?
Double debut, Alice Angela.
Our minds are twisted.
The nightmare of many ranked game players.
Oh man, I've seen the Angelas pop up again lately.
Is this? So wait, hold up. Is this another mid Cho?
I think so.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jungle Alice.
Twisted Minds are trying to run it back. They're really trying to make Jungle Alice a roam healer and a mid fighter work again. I'm not gonna knock it. At least they're trying to find their identity. And Omega with a great pickup. I like the Edith for longer engagements.
Oh.
And it's a roam Badang actually with them.
What a swerve! It's not a Bisaya Badang. It's a Cebuano Edith.
Cebuano Edith. Okay. I don't know. This time around that you have at least, is Alice in the jungle still going to work well? Like, is this still going to be viable
It's going
right
to
now?
take time, good sir.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to take a while, and they didn't have a while earlier. They
Not
had
at
10
all.
minutes.
They had under 10 minutes.
They had under 10 minutes. This kind of makes me nervous, Renmar.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. I mean, the thing about the lineup of Omega, though, is that the gold lane quickly scales, the joy quickly scales, but you don't really think of Badang as a super heavy invade type. I think they should be okay.
No. The thing about Badang is he has confirmed CC.
Well, as confirmed as it gets.
It's as confirmed that it gets. And you see how quickly they picked up that Edith, right?
Yeah.
The answer to the seemingly out of nowhere Angela Alice.
Welcome
Omega knows what's
to
up.
Mobile Legends.
Oh, man. Make it make sense right now to all of us. We're going to jump into the game here. Once again, Land of Dawn. It's the best of 3 right now. Will we get to 3 games with this interesting lineup? 2 double debut picks now for Twisted Minds. It's been a minute since we've seen the Alice now in the hands of MP the King, and now over on the other side for Smart Omega. Oh, Haji?
Haji once more in the same spot he was in game 1, forcing a flicker out of Big J.
Haji keeps getting caught out without his mid. I mean, I get that the Escalera is holding out a different area, but I think they really have to think about sticking closer more, because it even happened in the last one where Escalera went downside, the Haji went a little bit up, and he got poked down.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering if Haji's going to be able to go ahead and kind of adjust his gameplay, you know, this time, because he wasn't able to do much in the previous one. But now that you have an Angela on your side, maybe that's going to make him allowed to be a little more aggressive. You know, at least 2, you have Phovius to be that front line for you when James decides to join some of those fights. So maybe the idea here, or the perspective for Hajizi will change.
Was that really the problem in game 1? Was it not enough shields and heal on a singular dude?
I mean, one of the, you know, and also the huge scythe, just dragging him in.
Yeah, I think that was the bigger problem, though.
And they figured it out, right? They solved it by banning it out.
Yeah, but this time he's not, you know, he doesn't have to deal with that too much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm leaning a little bit more towards, I think they should be okay, you know.
It would make sense. But now that we're waiting for this first turtle fight to break out, we'll see if it actually ends up working.
All right.
They're going to blitz it.
Smart Omega not giving Twisted Minds any quarter, securing that first turtle like it's nothing.
Alice takes a while.
Yeah. Part of me is thinking that Hajizi didn't need to like stand up there and show himself, but at the same time, it also delayed it somewhat. Instead of getting like a clear cut, all right, let's just rush this, there was a few moments of them thinking about, hey, let's slow it down. Maybe Haji might be able to steal it away, which I think we've seen from time to time throughout the world of MLBB, where if you mistime the first turtle, a Cho with a concussive blast can actually take it away.
Yeah, it could pop off, but right now...
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, this is... Oh, no. Super Yoshi isn't level 4 yet, but...
Finds one!
Whoa.
Compromises the Magic Man! Pops him! And Doryu, the Nightmare, draws first blood. Now Hajizi has to repair the situation.
I wonder if Escalera just chose not to use Flicker. Or
I was wondering the same thing.
It's like he accepted his fate,
It's
right?
like, yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm dead, man. Me using my Flicker here would be a waste. And Luis is actually able to take the Scaled Lizard away that MP the King was trying to steal in the jungle of Omega. So Omega's still slowly finding more wins again.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, it hasn't been too action-packed just yet, but for the most part, this might be another situation where Twisted Minds just has to be able to go ahead and utilize what they have now with James, you know, staying mostly in the XP lane. That's going to come from their mid lane trio, and I'm just wondering if if they got to wait for Hajizi to go for a pickoff, and then MP can join some of those fights.
Oh, outplayed.
Feathered airstrike! Blasting outplayed into Kingdom Come. That's 3 cores finding the former team captain of the MDL Championship squad.
No info, no comms. Whose call was it for Outplay to walk into that shop? Because you saw him thinking about it. It's like, there could be someone here. Someone at that moment should have just gone and told Outplay, don't risk it.
Yeah. And he even popped the sprint too, and he just got obliterated at that point. So, you know, those minor things like that in this early portion of the game are obviously going to stack up and just kind of give this advantage to Smart Omega. Now that the turtle's up here, look at the positioning as they start pulling this one out.
This is a 5v4. The punches, catches one, knocks up James and serves up a kill to Jome. And suddenly they're down a man. Twisted Minds pulling out of this turtle contest.
I'm wondering why Twisted Minds are making these calls. I know they just wanted to check, but at that point, you're not going to heavily contest it. There's a high chance that Omega has already held the key shrubs. Why are Twisted Minds walking into things that they shouldn't be walking into?
Wait, and what is a Phobius when he's blasted like that? You know, the surprising factor is that he just got taken out so quickly, and now they're going to lose that turret top side while the rest of Smart Omega goes ahead and just kind of corners himself up here. And you can see how much of a struggle it is to actually find an angle to enter from.
Yeah. Whoa, the flicker coming in, answered by a punch and a blast from the skies. Artillery coming through from Omega, and MP the King finally online, taking out Super Yoshi. The punished by Twisted Minds. They're sapping him on the knockup. Down goes Lewis, down goes Ukir. 3 for 1 the trade. Twisted Minds. And in comes Andoryu, blasting him. Jome as well with the backup blasts. And Twisted Minds pushed out. It's not over. They're still going.
Wow.
Andoryu taking down a bit, and Jome pushing them back. Big J, this is dangerous.
They use so many resources there, though, too, for that fight.
And Twisted Minds were waiting. They were waiting for MP the King to get his first item. That was the right call. They found the right angle. They had the ultimate, the hard guard up on that Alice. You see that James was able to go in, avoid some stuff, and the entry by MP the King powered up by that Alice. And Twisted Minds decided to go for the chase. Good use as well of the Dark Wave by James to help secure kills. And Doryu!
Oh no, MP the King, he's singing the Blood Ode coming through, and the Heart Guard, he's going in, he's singing to them. Come on over, Omega, we might have did a lot of damage to ya. Super Yoshi falls, the feather back, pushing them back. It's just Hajizi who goes down. Double kill for MP the King. Now Big J's up next. We can go in, gets hit with the blood flow. Triple kill.
Man, you sounded like Jome there.
He is definitely showing up as the king, as Leo goes for his big time with the pipes while doing the play-by-play. Twisted Minds, they were biding their time, they were waiting, and they were waiting for the power spike of the Alice. But Omega can still contest this turtle.
Andoryu looking for the steal. Lord down to a 5th of its health. A 10th retribution range. MP the King secures Ukir with a death strike. Down goes Hajizi. He's still singing. MP the King gets a hard guard onto him. Down goes Andoryu. Lewis as well, very low. Twisted Minds gets one more. Yoshi punching his way out of this. All crossbows by Outplayed. Down goes Yosh. It's all twisted.
I think Smart Omega has had their minds twisted with this lineup they're facing against now. It seems like just in an instant, now this lineup has cooked and it's gotten to this point.
Oh, Mr. Joshi and Sir Cakes. They're calling it right. It looks like we might actually see a game number 3. In terms of the gold lead, though, still very close. It's a 1K gold lead now for the Alice, who went... He's going full sustain here. Clog of Destiny, they go for the Dominance Ice as well, and now Oracle's going to be the next item built up by MP the King.
Oh, man, this is looking like one of those situations now for Smart Omega that they're trying to tackle the amount of sustain or the amount of tankiness that this lineup brings to the table from Twisted Minds here.
More now than ever. I hate to say the obvious, but they need to build up that anti-heal, man. MP the King has become a menace.
Need more Dominance Ices there on the side of Omega. See, Halber's anything just to reduce the healing. And Twisted Minds, they can continue this aggression. And they will.
Oh, Hajizi finds one, throws Lewis into the rest of them. Feather airstrike by Ukir out of range. Calls for another heart guard. And the Super Yoshi fails to find him and stop him. MP the King gets shut down. Stop the goddamn singing. And they take 2 down. Straight up down for Super Yoshi. Down goes outplayed. Andoryu running for his life. Hajizi shuts him down though, but Hajizi pays the iron price, and it's just Escalera. Jojo, where you going? Season 9 Rookie of the Season, surviving, but just barely.
Omega! The Nightmare shows up against Twisted Minds. Oh, look at Escalera! The two-step! No, the two-step! Like he was in the Super Bowl, sidestepping the feathered airstrikes.
Oh, man.
Are you really gonna do it? And he did.
He did at that point. But Smart Omega brought it back into this game. And now, with the Lord up, they're going to kind of work on what they can. Look at this out. There is a Siba Halbert now available. Jome had that. Maybe he picked it up earlier on, but that did help them. You know, they got one Dominance Ice there. So that was enough to go ahead and help win that fight.
Hold this. Twisted Mind needs to hold this position right now. This is very good for them. James, Hajizi, just juggle around those mid-shrubs, but do not go back. Hold on to that.
Okay, we'll see this. Lord being held on to. Hajizi gives some of the information. They'll pull off for now. Gonna go ahead and wait for this too. You still can keep Escalera managing that wave at bot. He can just show up with a hard guard here. So junglers will go grab the buffs.
Yeah, and you see that Omega are actually respecting the entry of MP the King more. So the very hyper-aggressive MP the King that we saw needs to dial down just a little bit. Hajizi trying to go for Andoryu.
And they're going to burst Hajizi. He goes down. The blood flow thrown up by MP the King. Asking for that hard guard. Get into me, please. And the punch by Super Yoshi. Back. And the rope and dope. The flow into the turret. Underneath Ukir. Flying around. Does not have the feather strike. Lewis going to survive. Just one more second. Outplayed ends him.
Wow, what a response. So Haji and Lewis down, so neither team might not be able to commit on the Lord just yet, but this is showcasing just how neck and neck it is right now in this game too.
1-for-1 the trade. James checks into where Super Yoshi is, and Andoryu holding this brush. Turtle, Nay, Lord standing, and there's the Blood Ode and the Hearth Guard. Outplayed goes down. MP the King still singing, taking down Jome. The Blood Ode, the remix. The deluxe edition, down goes Ukir as well.
What I feel like I'm watching? I feel like I'm watching Oh My Escalera with MP the King Wise right now. I think what I'm saying, 717, we talked about this. Twisted Minds were potentially teasing, bringing back some older style, twisting the narrative of the meta now, and they've done it with this Alice-Angela combination, and they're continuing
and they're
it too.
Still going. MP the King keeping Lewis in check, gets that stun off of the heart on the strings on Escalera. Does not get the kill though, backing off. I think they have to respect the fact that down bottom, Andoryu's making some way.
Yeah, he's trying to push that in. So they got to be able to respect it. Now, yeah, Lewis didn't go down, but he did burn the flicker, which is usually an important tool for that surprise factor when it comes to contesting for the Lord. So he doesn't have that. So now you got to rely maybe on the rest of the team to just blitz this. And that looks like that's going to be the plan here.
Lord here, down to a third of its health. The kick onto one. Super Yoshi still alive. They catch him with a break. Down goes Hajizi. In comes MP the King. Yoshi bites it. The turtle goes to the barangay. And Lewis goes down. They're singing. They're dancing. They're keeping him on a string. Andoryu getting caught underneath the one. He gets blasted. Blood flow from MP the King. He gets a winner crown, survives, but only for a second longer. Ukir gets a shutdown.
I still think that's a win for Twisted Minds. They take down 3. They'll be able to stop this Lord in the bottom lane. They get the tower and mid. Twisted. Omega seem to be playing with fire right now in terms of going for the aggressive engagements, countering back right away, and just waiting and seeing if they can live long enough to take down the Alice, which just so far, the answer is no. Twisted Minds have been winning engagements like these.
Yeah, even this fight here, as we look at the replay, good for Andoryu to go and get that, but this was the cost of him and some of the rest of the Smart Omega lineup. They are going to have to deal with that Lord, so they will be able to get this mid turret finally down, maybe even the tier 2 from there. The Super Yoshi goes and looks for his own cutoff angle if they can find it, but ultimately it's still neck and neck. Either team can really pull through with this. Lord just nearly down. It'll finally get taken out here. So for Smart Omega, they've dealt with that sustainability. They dealt with that combination of the Angela coming through with MP. How do they deal with it? Looking at the items here.
One of the biggest problems right now for Twisted Minds is their lack of burst, which Omega has in spades already. 3 items for the Farsa, 3 items for the Joy, and the burst that Omega can deal has actually been responding, or has been relatively okay response to the raw sustainability that Twisted Minds has.
Which is impressive given how much of an absolute unit MP the King is.
Yeah.
Omega are maintaining their proactive streak.
Oh, they want to fight this? Super Yoshi.
Looking for one, gets the kick, the feathered airstrike. They're trying to take down Hajizi. Super Yoshi flickers back out, forcing out a heart guard from Escalera. Now in comes MP the King. Oh, doesn't get the engagement they're looking for. Nobody wants to listen to that song.
Oh, they're going to chase him. I think they're going to go in and try to catch Endoru.
Oh, Endoru gets a puppet on the strings on him. Can he close the gap? Can he break it off? Gets stunned, but goes through the wall. Not enough of space for Twisted to capitalize.
Wow, what a game. But little by little, we're actually starting to see Omega turn the tides. That was them who pulled Twisted Minds into that engagement. It became a big rope-a-dope, which eventually Twisted Minds actually got to respond to well, which is why you just saw a big bunch of nothing. Sorry to be blunt, happened there. But Twisted Minds and Omega both look very ready. Now, as cliche as it sounds, it's going to boil down to the execution. Now, Super Yoshi, though, actually built up the Brute Force breastplate, which means that he should be a little bit more annoying now for Twisted Minds to deal with.
Okay, you can see this Hajizi looking for a pick.
And he does get the kick, and in comes the rest of him. He finds Ukir, a key member of Smart Omega. And now MP the King with Escalera in him gonna tear apart Barangay Omega. And it may be too late. It may have just been over. As the down goes 4, Andor, you can't even take the Lord.
Hajizi with the kick of the century, or at least the game right there.
Got the perfect target. We talked about the magic burst, and they dealt with the raw magic burst that the Farsa can dish out. Andoryu left in the map, and he can only pop the century, as Twisted Minds will be able to get the second Lord of the game without a problem. They have a lot to work with in terms of pushing. They should be able to take down at most 2 inhibitor turrets in the base of Omega with this upcoming Lord push.
Great job securing that objective offer after a decisive team fight. Retribution.
Andoryu looking for this free kill. Escalera gets out of dodge. Heart guard into a far-flung ally.
Okay, they're going to try to go for this. I'm not sure if they're going to follow up. They know the rest of the team is possibly here, so James won't pull the trigger on it. So they have to deal with the Lord here.
Wow. Let's see, Twisted Minds going for the slow push. They're letting the minion waves handle the bot. They're going to be focusing at the center of the map as MP the King steals the purple buff away. The Lord will slow push up top. Nice push right now by Twisted Minds. They've manipulated the map well. They also have another minion wave coming in through mid, so they'll be able to take down that second tower eventually.
Clean chubby wave down bottom, synchronizing it to its full potential. I love what Twisted Minds has done.
Yeah, this point, this is the test for Smart Omega to be able to go ahead and defend against this one and not lose the game.
Hajizi coming in, the flicker and the kick, answering the Super Yoshi, but Joan blasts the KDA machine. And now there's a Lord coming into the base. Lewis holding on the front lines. Omega holding on as well. They keep the rest of Twisted Minds at bay. Down goes outplayed. The Lord still standing. In comes Super Yoshi, puts up another wall behind him. Ukir and Joan blasted away. Down goes Escalera. It's just MP and James. The King has fallen. It's all come crumbling down for Twisted Minds.
And the barangay will have a base defense and an opportunity maybe to turn it around.
Super Yoshi and Andoryu were locked in, making sure that they would find outplayed. Super Yoshi got outplayed in the fist break and fist crack. My question is, why didn't MP the King flowing blood out sooner? I think he tried to, but I think there were just times where he was actually micro-stunned by Omega at the right time, just when he decided to flowing blood out.
Renmar, I'd reckon that's exactly what it is. It's so much easier to say, hey, just get out of there. But how can you when there's a buff Malaysian hero punching you into a wall?
He's punching him into a wall, and then Andoryu comes through to clean up. So ultimately, it's a base defense. They still lost 2 turrets, though. So for Twisted Minds off of that Lord, it might have been a win angle, but it wasn't because of that team fight and because of the way that Smart Omega handled it. Ultimately, it leads to 30 seconds away from the next Lord. And so far from what we've seen in the team fights, Twisted Minds seems to still have that advantage when it comes to go ahead and going face-to-face against Smart Omega. The big thing here is having those flickers available when this Lord is up, and then hoping that Ukir doesn't get picked off again by Hajizi, because he's also going to be going for that pick, that kick again.
That one was the 500,000 peso kick, man.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. I don't know how he found Ukir, if Ukir was expecting for Hajizi to find him, but look at this.
Oh.
Andori trying another one, forces a flicker out of the Magician.
That's something that Omega can actually think about in the next engagement. Okay, strong Athena Shield already for the Phovis along with the Winter Crown. Blood Wings for Escalera. Fully built is the Joy along with the Alice who decided to go for the Ice Queen wand as well. Great itemization by both teams. Hajizi just built up an immortality.
Ooh, Omega looking to burst down this Lord and then decides to hold out on it. That's a massive reset.
He'll hold it for now. Also, again, keep an eye on Ukir if he's caught by Hajizi, and that's why you have Super Yoshi playing so up front too, to make sure that Ukir can stay on the backside and just hopefully to fire off. He's only got the Wings by Wings and the Flicker for defense. So right now, they start up the Lord again. They're going to blitz it.
Oh, they're looking like they're going to the point of no return, and they do get it, and they're coming in. Super Yoshi commits his flicker, the kick by Hajizi, the hard guard by MP the King. They've given up on it, unless Super Yoshi getting away with it. Run, Yoshi, run! But Twisted Minds gonna finish the job here.
What, no way?
They're taking their time.
Oh, no way!
There's no way!
Yoshi!
Oh, the entry, that's it.
Retribution here
Right?
by MP the King.
What?
Yoshi dashes
He's dead, he's dead.
He gets it one. Surviving.
What the heck? Super Yoshi!
There's no way! Yoshi's still living! This is impossible! Lewis, MP the King, Ukir, down goes MP! The impossible gone down top!
Give this guy the MVP right now, because how did he survive that?
That was criminal! A kick by Hajizi, defending like it's his last!
He has been a revelation so far for the Barangay, who are marching towards what could be victory, as it's only 4 members for Twisted Minds remaining.
Not to mention they got an Evolved Lord on their side. MP nowhere to be seen. Hajizi keeping up the front lines. James as well. Feather Airstrike coming through. Immortality pop down bottom. Super Yoshi finds another. The clutch gene in this man is undeniable. Haji down, outplayed down, Escalera down. The rest of Twisted Minds full. A sweep for Barangay Smart Omega.
The smooth moves from Super Yoshi will bring the win to Smart Omega for the sweep.
Super Yoshi. He's going to be the highlight for sure. If he doesn't get MVP, I will understand. If he gets MVP, I will say that is right. What a win by Omega in what was a very good game between them and Twisted Minds.
There's something in the water in that boot camp in Marikina City. They feed and nurture these players with something else. The last time I saw a sure kill turn into a play like that was in the hands of Shinoa, the Savage Empress. I could have sworn she was dead and then turns it around, gets 5 kills.
Oh, man.
Super Yoshi was slithering like a snake. The shields. We need a snake for him. If we got Chaknu as the Mamba, we need to come up with a snake for him. What is he, a rattlesnake? A viper? A king cobra?
The Viper.
The Viper? Super Yoshi. Because he even got outplayed there again, who had the Angela ult on him.
And the team left because they're like, yeah, he's dead. It's a sacrifice. Yeah. And then you see him when he was rotating back up and pulling it off. They're like, hold on, we got to go help him out.
That's very Barangay Omega from Super Yoshi, their latest recruit. Never say die.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's also a J-Lord, right?
J-Lord, Cedric J-Lord, yes.
Cedric J-Lord. Cedric J-Lord.
Man.
Wow. Wow.
That was impressive.
That's him right there.
Is that his sister?
Yeah, I think that's his family.
My Super Kuyoshi, that's his family.
Oh, that's adorable.
I'm so glad they got to witness that because that was a, wow. That was a, because up to that point, it was relatively, again, 50-50 for whatever team wins that, right?
So
and then they
slippery.
blitz the Lord. So, great job there. Let's go ahead and throw over to our winners interview over on stage.
Beautiful start, hard-fought match. Your winners, Smart Omega! You know, Jamie, ibang klase yung laban na yun. That's all
Ibang
I gotta
klase
say.
talaga, Hans. Hindi na umabot ng Game 3.
Hindi na nila hinayaan. And it's probably because of this guy. Super Yoshi, naparaming nagpunta dito para sumuporta. And they were very happy. Or those are your family, those are your relatives. maybe ask, I wanna know kung ano ba tumatakbo sa isip mo during that last play on that top side. Kasi ikaw na yung hinahabol ng lahat. Ikaw na lang yung halos natitira. Ano bang nangyayari doon?
Wala, ang habol ko lang naman doon, parang harangan ko lang yung alis, parang di siya makaretry, ganun. Pero di ko expect mabuhay pa ako doon.
Tsaka yung usual kasi na highlight nang gagaling sa Assassins, Lancelot, Hayabusa. Pero ito hindi, badang yung gamit niya eh. Di ba? It's totally different. So again, congratulations. Ito na ba yung ine-expect natin na performance from Smart Omega? Saan ba to nanggaling? Or bakit hindi namin to nakita the past 2 weeks? Maybe Coach Snap can
Coach,
answer it.
do you want to take that question, Coach?
Yeah, Coach.
Tama. Sabi ni Jom kasi, ito pa lang yung week 1 namin.
Oh, narinig ko yun.
Ito
Gusto
pa
ko yun.
lang
yung start.
Ang week 1 ng Omega. I love that answer.
Quote and unquote, sabi ni Joem, week 3 na pala, week 1 pa kami.
Ayan, si
So
Joem nagsabi,
kitang-kita na yung lakas nyo, no? And Doryu, I wanna talk to you naman. So eto na ba? Tuloy-tuloy na ba ang pagpanalo ng Smart Omega? What do you think? Kasi week 1 nyo to. Panalo, first win of the season. Do we expect you to win some more games?
Manalo kami pag pinagbigyan kami ng Aurora.
Oh, so feeling ko yun yung inaabangan nila na laro. Aurora naman next.
Okay, I like seeing it. Andorio, I'm gonna be asking you a different question. Narinig mo na siguro yung like duos ng league, right? Narinig mo na siguro yung Baby Cakes, yung Zyzen. Dito ba sa team nyo, kung ikaw ang papipiliin, lumayo kayo ng tingin. Ba't kayo lumayo ng tingin? Sino ang parang may idea ka na kung sino yung duo. Sino ba ang duo ng team nyo ngayon?
Si Yoshi saka si Jom.
Si Yoshi saka si Joe. Magtabi nga kayo. Magtabi naman kayo.
O, sa gitna nga, Yoshi
Boys,
and Joel.
pasintabi muna. Yan ang bagong...
Kabarangay, come on!
My God, okay.
So kung may mga pangalan yung ibang duos natin, Baby Cakes, KO Nection, Kite Brothers, Yoshi, and Joem, ano yung pangalan ng duo nyo?
Anong pangalan ng duo, Andorio?
Super Joem daw.
Beauty and
Ikaw,
the
what do you
Beast.
think, Andorio?
Beauty and the Beast.
Nako, grabe naman!
Okay.
Yung Baby Cakes hands, tinanong ko yun. Sino si Baby, sino si Cakes? Pero ayokong tanungin ngayon kung sino si Beauty.
Tanungin pa rin natin, sino si Beauty, tsaka sino si Beast? Andorio.
Si Jom yung Beauty. Long hair.
Okay. Si Jom ang Beauty. Payag ba? Payag? Okay lang. Okay lang.
Okay.
Pwede na. At nabuo sa araw na ito ang Beauty and the Beast. Once again, your winners, Smart Omega! Congratulations, boys. You may now take your walk of victory.
Amazing. Congrats.
And gentlemen, you may now take your bow. Ibang klase ang Omega. We've heard it from the coaching staff kanina. Mas agresibong barangay ang ating na-witness as they get their first win.
We really saw it come into play, Hans. Diba sabi nila sa interview nyo with Coach, talagang magiging aggressive sila today and that was showcased during the first 2 games. Hindi na nga umabot ng Game 3, diba?
Hindi na pinaabot ng Beauty and the Beast. Sila nagsabi niya na, I wonder what our casters think of this match.
Well, I thought you were going to ask us, Hans, about what we thought about that moniker for that duo. What are we feeling?
I'm with it.
I think same reaction as Joe the moment he heard that. He was just like...
He was the Beauty,
He's the Beauty.
Yeah.
The beautiful locks.
Yeah, he's got the locks, man.
I think he's the only guy who has locks like that in MLBB esports.
He does, and it's funny because why don't they put that on his picture?
He's the only one who can pull it off, man.
He is. Actually, that's true. Because also, over across from him, this is the beast right here, right? Super Yoshi, the MVP with the Badang. 0, 6, and 18. And none of it, like, yeah, this is all great. But if you missed it, go watch how he just survived in that last little team fight.
Is that green item right there between the Thunderbelt and the Brute Force Breastplate. The Oracle was coming in big time there at the end. All those dashes, the little activations of the abilities of the Badang, giving him the shield to survive long enough. But this was a very competitive game. You can't take that away from Twisted Minds. They were waiting for the right timing for MP the King to get his Clock of Destiny. And then once he got that, once Twisted Minds could find the right engagement, they went ahead and just kept going forward. So you really can't knock them for their execution, except for when they tried to end the game. That's when it might have gotten a little bit too, I hate using the pun, but twisted for Twisted Minds, because they were so excited to end the game, they forgot the age-old principle of focus on the hero first before going all in, trying to end it. And Omega, we saw that they were waiting for their time to have the anti-heal, but their anti-heal items can actually just do so much. Omega won this off of a Twisted Minds mistake.
They needed to pull one out of the pocket, and boy, oh boy, did they have the perfect move for it. And by they, I mean Super Yoshi. Y'all, just watch closely, all right? I'll be damned if I remember the last time I saw something like this in play. And like a Viper, game 1, you never knew when he was going to bite. I'm offended. Game 2, you never know how slippery exactly Super Yoshi is. And on a Badang nonetheless. This hero has one dash, mind you. Just one dash, and he made it seem like he had infinite.
Yeah, in the entire siege there, Super Yoshi got off 3 fist break walls. And that's one dash, activating the shield.
That's literally on point. Like somehow, dude. What? And I don't know. What does this mean for Badang? Like, does he need to be adjusted? Even him, he's like probably, wow, did I just
Can't believe I got away with that.
So much cooldown reduction. In the base siege, his fist break got outplayed, and in their own base siege to end and win the game, he got outplayed with the fist break. He deserves that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, like you mentioned, in that last base defense where it looked like Twisted Minds was going to win that game, he did go ahead and find outplayed and allowed Andoru to come sweep in and get the kill, and they, it was a successful defense, which all kind of, it was like a quick slope. It felt really kind of weird for Twisted Minds, because you're like, okay, they're in a well position to go ahead and end this game, and then all of a sudden, it's like all the momentum, and we've been talking about momentum for this whole series, was just gone, like in an instant, and then things fell apart from there.
Yeah. At one point when Super Yoshi built up the Brute Force Breastplate, we mentioned that, yeah, he's going to be a little bit more annoying to deal with. Again, this is, I think, we're reminded as to why Badang has risen up the ranks for a lot of pro players. The amount of cooldown reduction you can get, how quickly you can get that instant crowd control, bringing out the fist break, is just so much to deal with. And even if he doesn't get the fist breaks, the shields that he can give for himself, again, we're reminded why Badang is so good for pro players right now.
This is a perfect example of, if it's not what you got, it's how you use it. Twisted Minds draft had infinite potential. They were controlling the map. They were taking fights out. They can rope-a-dope better than Omega. But at the end of the day, I think Omega made the right call, and they had the perfect player to execute such a game-winning plot twist. So, again, it took them, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
But they still got the dub.
They still got the win, and also, looking at this too, it was, Andoru's going to be the BPI rich guy here, and for him, for the most part, he had to really do work, because you got to remember, when they were losing some of those fights or some of the space around the map, he was the guy pushing on the other side of the map, and at least putting pressure where he could, and which all led up to these statistics here for his gold distribution.
Yeah, the minions, jungle creeps, kills and assists, paints a very clear story, and the numbers back it up with what Nice said.
Yeah, he's almost farmed up as much in the minions as he has jungle creeps.
Yeah.
And that's as a jungler. So that means he's done massive work on the map.
He was everywhere, and I think anytime we really look at the junglers that like to go with the Joy, and it does pop up quite often right now in the current meta, it's really about how much work you're able to do, across the map. Even if you've watched some of, the most prolific Joy players, they're constantly busy, and they also know the right time to join those fights. And again, I think, when you look at pressure they're putting on the map, but then they join those objectives or the team fights at the right point after it's been initiated, and that's, again, what Super Yoshi did so well for the team. that's how it all ends up working out. So again, I think it was just, this was what we needed to see and what we were asking to see from both these teams, you know. But for specifically here for Smart Omega, they were all synchronized as a team here.
I don't know if this is going to be sad, but I feel like if someone asks the question, how come Twisted Minds lost to Omega? Why did they get swept? You can actually just answer it with Super Yoshi.
But for both games?
Yeah, for both games.
100%. So what do we call them? The Viper? Is that what we're doing?
We'll see.
We'll see if it sticks. Well, let's go ahead and see how this sounded with a mic check from Smart Omega. All right, so translation, that was a whole lot of yelling, but obviously they were calling out the targets they locked in.
You know, it's not a matter of what they were saying, it's who was saying it. Another revelation is, again, despite the stats and the accolades not saying it, Ukir was an amazing secondary shot caller.
Yeah, and I think that's very important, actually, that the mid laners are also sharing shot calling duties. Here's some update from the MSL in Myanmar. The regular season has begun ongoing, and Xeno getting their first game win.
So
another region did start. I was just thinking about, you know, what other regions started earlier on.
It's about damn time. Myanmar deserves a pro-level league, and they have so for a few years now, and I'm glad that the MSL is here.
I'm glad it is too, and I can't wait for all the leagues to go ahead and get started, because that's always the kind of exciting time to catch up on everything and see where things are going to fall into place for our first international of the year coming up. So also, we want to go ahead and invite everyone. We still have tickets for AP Bren versus Twisted Minds tomorrow. It's also going to be another Golden Month celebration, so, you know, that's more dancing and all the giveaways that we got going on, so no more surprises for those here. So more surprises for those here at the MPL Arena. So what are you waiting for? Just head on over to the MPL website to make sure you guys go ahead and grab your tickets. We'd love to have you here in the arena with us.
You're not going to want to miss the very first time one of these teams get it done, all right? Today it was Omega, and now for sure, tomorrow, AP Bren and Twisted get theirs.
Hopefully. Someone will.
Oh, that's going to be sad, because that means by the end of tomorrow, we're going to see
only one team
without a series win yet.
Whew. Well, we got to wait for tomorrow, because our next matchup, this is the battle of the air. The battle of the birds. Phoenix is a bird family. So we got the Phoenix versus the Team Falcons, of course, coming up next. That is going to be a fiery, fiery match. Yeah. And I can't wait to see it. You know, I know we're going to have a little bit of like a break, like some time here, because this was a sweep. So I hope that you guys go ahead and get your refreshments, maybe grab your snacks if you want to, and get ready for that matchup, because both those teams, I mean, even Team Falcons on the adjustments that they made last week, we already know TNC, you know, they've been having a hell of a season. We had all those statistics, and one of them is going to have their a loss here today. One of them is going to continue on. So it's us, the We Bear Bros. We'll be back after the short break, and we'll see you guys after this.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Defeat GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Defeat GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Kumain nga pa rin ba? Bali. Eto na, Jay. Wala, meron pa isa. Meron pa isang check.
Nice way. Food trip ka, tol. It's showtime. Sheesh. Okay na?
Anong gusto niyong gawin ko dito sa mic? Anong kanta? Baka yung ano na lang. Yung pamatay ko na lang, Kir. Alam kong ako'y nangako, di na mauulit pa. Shoutout nga pala sa mga MPL boys namin. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Pero depende na lang sa Twisted Minds. Pero kami, gagawin namin best namin. Good luck nga pala kay Ryota. At ito na nga po, mag-start na ang MPL Season 15. At kasama ko ngayon, si Yoshi. Yoshi, paano hindi hihingaan yung mic? Nung kalaban mo nga si JP, hindi ka makahinga. Nga ng pulbo kung pambilyar pa rin. Ay, pakinggan niyo muna to. Lugi rin pala sa retriyan, kaibigan nga lang pala yan.
Pre, kailangan ko na magpagupit, pre. First made pa rin to, ya. Yung pani ko, pre, hindi pa tumatama yung cable, ubos na yung energy. Naalala ko nung sa Cambodia ako, pre, nagpani ako, pre. Ubos na yung energy ko, wala man lang ako tinamaan. Nice surrender! Oras na para mag-boom, boom, boom, boom.
Anong gusto niyong gawin ko dito sa mic? Anong kanta? Baka yung ano na lang. Yung pamatay ko na lang, Kir. Alam kong ako'y nangako, di na mauulit pa. Shoutout nga pala sa mga MPL boys namin. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Pero depende na lang sa Twisted Minds. Pero kami, gagawin namin best namin. Good luck nga pala kay Ryota. At ito na nga po, mag-start na ang MPL Season 15. At kasama ko ngayon, si Yoshi. Yoshi, paano hindi hihingaan yung mic? Nung kalaban mo nga si JP, hindi ka makahinga. Nga ng pulbo kung pambilyar pa rin. Ay, pakinggan niyo muna to. Lugi rin pala sa retriyan, kaibigan nga lang pala yan.
Pre, kailangan ko na magpagupit, pre. First made pa rin to, ya. Yung pani ko, pre, hindi pa tumatama yung cable, ubos na yung energy. Naalala ko nung sa Cambodia ako, pre, nagpani ako, pre. Ubos na yung energy ko, wala man lang ako tinamaan. Nice surrender! Oras na para mag-boom, boom, boom, boom.
Ohab, accept nga, Ohab. Ohab. Kita mo yung Ford? Ford, nakita mo Ford straight cable. Diyan sumawan, shoutout sa'yo, diyan sumawan. Ang palag ko kay Kyle, wala. KyleTzy, kasi world champion yun eh. Good ping.
Chobi, ikaw muna kaya mic test. Dapat kay Sindel tong mic no? Siya na yung GOAT ng MDL eh. The GOAT versus the boat. Pupunta kaya ang kan ko? Ha? Wala mo, Chob, sila in-invite ko.
Hindi, okay lang.
Mali! Wrong!
Kasi hindi nakasaksak.
Ning.
Lahat ng fans na.
12!
Checkpoint na, hoy.
Gusto nyo ba na na pinapanood nyo sila?
Hindi.
Ang gusto nyo, yung busy kayo pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyong kaya nyo mapunta sa posisyon na yon?
Yung gigil na gigil kayo.
First and foremost, I would like to say that I would like to congratulate everyone in this room.
Lahat na sila dyan? Salta ka, Big. Ikaw nga. Salta ka kasi. Salta ka. Ikaw salta ka ko. Salta ka, Tignan mo nandito, yung mapa. Pati nga sa tignan mo siya. Makulay ba talaga?
Pero makulay.
Mataas na siguro brightness ko. O baka ganyan talaga siya, no? Labo na yan, larga na yan, tara na. Nasa akin yung mic check, Erp. Setting muna tayo, guys, ha? Pwede isa pa check ping chicks, may katry lang ako hero. Dalawa, nice. O, tara, sunod na to. Bas ka, hello, tikin saan, Ready agad. Ay, wag niyo ba yung gagamitin ko mamaya? Gagamitin ko, pipik ko ngayon.
Wait lang, kaya.
Ito kaya skin ko para tumatagilid
Hindi ako nagsasalita pare wala silang marinig sa mic tick. Tapos yung headset na naka-face mask. Hello guys, hello. Narinig ba ako? Invite, check din guys.
Pulbo natin yan. Parang pang billiard.
Ano man tawag doon yan sa yung
Pantantos ng billiard. Pinapahid, Tisa na lang kulang.
Punta dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids sa MCC
Season 2.
Sa akin nga pa rin ba? Bali. Eto na, Jay. Wala, meron pa isa. Meron pa isang check.
Nice way. Food trip ka, tol. It's showtime. Sheesh. Okay na?
Anong gusto niyong gawin ko dito sa mic? Anong kanta? Baka yung ano na lang. Yung pamatay ko na lang, Kir. Alam kong ako'y nangako, di na mauulit pa. Shoutout nga pala sa mga MPL boys namin. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Pero depende na lang sa Twisted Minds. Pero kami, gagawin namin best namin. Good luck nga pala kay Ryota. At ito na nga po, mag-start na ang MPL Season 15. At kasama ko ngayon, si Yoshi. Yoshi, paano hindi hihingaan yung mic? Nung kalaban mo nga si JP, hindi ka makahinga. Kain nga ng pulbo kung pambilyar pa rin. Ay, pakinggan nyo muna to. Lugi rin pala sa retriyan, kaibigan nga lang pala yan.
Pre, kailangan ko na magpagupit, pre. Burst made pa rin to, ya. Yung pani ko, pre, hindi pa tumatama yung cable, ubos na yung energy. Naalala ko nung sa Cambodia ako, pre, nagpani ako, pre. Ubos na yung energy ko, wala man lang ako tinamaan. Nice surrender! Oras na para mag-boom, boom, boom, boom.
Anong gusto niyong gawin ko dito sa mic? Anong kanta? Baka yung ano na lang. Yung pamatay ko na lang, Kir. Alam kong ako'y nangako, di na mauulit pa. Shoutout nga pala sa mga MPL boys namin. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Pero depende na lang sa Twisted Minds. Pero kami, gagawin namin best namin. Good luck nga pala kay Ryota. At ito na nga po, mag-start na ang MPL Season 15. At kasama ko ngayon, si Yoshi. Yoshi, paano hindi hihingaan yung mic? Nung kalaban mo nga si JP, hindi ka makahinga. Kain nga ng pulbo kung pambilyar pa rin. Ay, pakinggan nyo muna to. Lugi rin pala sa retriyan, kaibigan nga lang pala yan.
Pre, kailangan ko na magpagupit, pre. Burst made pa rin to, ya. Yung pani ko, pre, hindi pa tumatama yung cable, ubos na yung energy. Naalala ko nung sa Cambodia ako, pre, nagpani ako, pre. Ubos na yung energy ko, wala man lang ako tinamaan. Nice surrender! Oras na para mag-boom, boom, boom, boom.
Ohab, accept nga, Ohab. Ohab. Kita mo yung Ford? Ford, nakita mo Ford straight cable. Diyan sumawan, shoutout sa'yo, diyan sumawan.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PNAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Pintagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito, dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
It's the battle of the skies ahead of us with the Phoenix versus Team Falcons for TNC. And now, TNC and Team Falcons going head-to-head. Who's going to come out on top of that one? What is up, guys? Welcome back here. We are the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar, and we hope you had a good break and you were able to go ahead, grab some refreshments, because this matchup is going to be an exciting one.
Despite the match prior going just 2 games, I felt like we got a lot of action. So congratulations, Smart Omega 2-0 sweep. Twisted Minds, GG well played. Next time, do better. Tonight, one bird soars much higher.
It is. And you know what else is? Time Zone. Because Time Zone, they've now got a whole exclusive promo for you guys. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos.
All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, that's TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on the amazing deal. That's literally the only line I have for that one. I was expecting that caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
I was expecting to scroll a little bit.
Yeah, the seaboard.
Hey, you know what? At that point, they just want you to be part of the conversation, right, Marcus?
Thank you so much. I often feel left out.
You didn't get to have an opening line? That's your opening line. So, also, we got to give a big shout out once again to TT Racing. Get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Please don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming share giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
There it is. That one was a little longer.
Yeah.
You
know? That's the slogan.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Has your back. Wait, is that actually the slogan?
TT Racing has your back? That's a great question. I'll tell you what. We'll find out.
We've been saying it week in, week out.
Yeah, it probably is at this point. Yeah, it's probably the slogan.
It probably is. Yeah. You know, and again, guys, just go ahead and let you know what happened here and how things fell into place in our first series. We had a sweep. I don't know if you guys were expecting that too, but Omega gets the sweep versus Twisted Minds, their first win of the season. So both those teams needed to get that dub, and it ended up being Smart Omega in a sweep.
And again, as I mentioned earlier, if you want the TLDR, I would highly suggest please watch the entire series, or maybe that game number 2 specifically.
Is that a TLDR though?
But yeah, Super Yoshi happened. There, that's a TLDR. Super Yoshi happened. You want the TLDR? All right, that's a TLDR. Joseph?
You want a TLDR?
You want a TLDR? Swatch all.
That's the complete opposite.
Super
of a
Yoshi.
TLDR.
Okay. Super Yoshi happened. There.
Oh, that works. You know,
I'll speak in few words moving forward.
No, I want you to share your thoughts, but
it's too late for that.
It's too late for that. We can't rewind that anymore. But you know, Redmar has a point as I'm looking at him right here, and he has a point here, guys. Like the fact that that series was really around the fact that Super Yoshi just had an amazing series, and I hope that we can see more of that moving forward, because after this one, this is going to be the case. You know, we have TNC and both Falcons sitting at 3 points. One of these teams that have been on a roll lately is going to move up.
How wild is that? Smart Omega has the same amount of points as the defending world and league champions.
Yep, and TNC Pro Team, the team that has consistently finished 8th in the league, is... Actually, they have a relatively comfortable gap between them and the reigning world champions. So yeah, this is MPL Philippines Season 15 for you.
And I love it, because this makes things so interesting moving forward. And then again, like, I know we mentioned this too, quickly, we want to go ahead and give everybody a heads up that there are still tickets available, of course, as you guys saw there from the standings. One of those teams at the bottom will also not be sitting on 0 anymore either. So this week, I feel like, is the week where there's a lot of teams that are finally either breaking these lose streaks, or some teams that might be losing their winning streaks that they've been on. So that's the question here. Who's going to soar higher? Is it going to be the Phoenix, or is it going to be the Falcons? Because both these teams, they've been redeeming themselves, you know, from the past, because they're on a 3-match winning streak here.
Yeah, for both of these teams, they started off the season with a loss. For Team Falcons PH, it was against Onyx Philippines. For TNC Pro Team, it was against Onyx Philippines. And ever since then, they've just been tearing it up. And I feel like this is just a perfect test to see where they exactly are. Falcons PH, just how dominant they are. And for TNC Pro Team, really enough, I'm looking at this in sort of a way that it feels like TNC Pro Team needs to get a game, or at least have a very competitive series against Falcons PH. Because if not, then there will be questions to the success that TNC Pro Team has so far that I will not be asking, because again, hashtag TNC in 5, y'all, no matter what happens.
TNC 5.
But the community, I'm sure they'll sound off here if TNC loses.
These two teams are on the same tangent, and they're both going for the same thing. Falcons PH, we still got it. TNC, now we got it.
Yeah.
So how true are those?
Oh, excuse me. Falcons PH, actually, their first series loss was against Team Liquid, not Onyx PH. It was Team Liquid.
Both teams very strong.
Yeah,
both teams very strong. Yeah. Both teams on the previous 3-game win streak, right? You know, and we get a good look at just the squad here from TNC. And a lot of this, I mean, a lot of the people are going to look back at week 2, and they're going to just remember Yawi's dancing, you know, for one. And then, whoa! And you're going to look at Falcons. That's the BPI hat, isn't it? By the way.
Flap TZ is so huge, he looks like Paddington Bear.
This is the scariest version of Paddington Bear I've ever seen.
Look at these games played, by the way.
Oh, yeah. This is the record of TNC Pro Team against this roster of Team Falcons PH. This is taking into account their record for when they were still under Bren Esports, AP Bren as well. And yeah, it's leaning towards the roster of the Falcons.
He has not moved,
He is holding that.
That is muscle control.
That is muscle control. And then there's Super Marco.
How long can he hold it?
I think he's going to keep going, man.
Yeah, he's not. Ogwen's starting to flex or clench.
Ogwen's definitely clenching.
He's uneasy.
He's shaking his chest.
You know, at this point, you just let Flap do his thing.
Someone check on Pando. He's not moving.
I think he's staring down the
someone
monitor.
Someone from TNC has to flex off here.
But they're not really like buff boys, you know?
Well, they can be.
They're handsome.
They're zooming in.
Why'd he get shot?
Now he's shy. But again, you know, this squad, I would say, looking at these two specifically, we had for Kozin here, his This is his personal stat comparison?
That's right.
So from 14 to 15.
He's already looking so much better in just the 3 weeks.
Even his photo. Look at his glow up.
He hasn't gotten a haircut, no?
Yeah, it's just kept on growing.
In the past 6 months?
Yeah.
And he looks significantly older. You're right.
That's called, what do they call that these days? He's min-maxing. Is it min-maxing?
Look at this.
Is it looks
maxing? Looks
maxing. Looks maxing.
Min-maxing.
He's not mewing, though. But look at the stats. A lot of them going shooting up by what? Exponentially.
But wouldn't this also be the case because they've just had a way better early first 4 matches?
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, like, they've been on fire. Look at his KDA difference.
Yeah, I mean, true, but I think we also have to acknowledge that early on in the season, I remember TNC Pro Team for us were like, hey, yo, they could actually do it. It was them holding leads but then slipping.
They were always good in the first 10 minutes.
Actually, that's so true. I remember specifically seeing that and asking that question every time. And he's still going, by the way.
I think he hasn't let go this entire time.
Nope. Even with the camera off, can't confirm. He's been holding
like
the pose.
Well, we gotta take a look at Bulletproof Marco's status right now. He is on fire. He had the Savage. He's the only one, right?
Yep.
Only one to get the Savage so far, and he has been phenomenal in the gold lane. And a lot of it, attributes to just the team as a whole. Like, this is a team that was known for their synergy, their very disciplined and controlled play style, and it's as controlled as Flaps flexing right here.
Yeah. 4 games where he hasn't died, and dare I say, Super Marco's been going through. He's getting a little bit more villainous with how he's looking. I don't know if it's the Mishima eyebrows, but I feel like he's going through a villain arc.
Do not let his nonchalant boy next door looks get to you. He doesn't care what you think about him. He will play his game, and he will kill you if he finds you in lane.
And he won't die.
Oh, he won't. You won't even touch him.
That's the other thing. You won't find him. You won't be able to get him.
You can shoot him, but he won't die.
A lot of it has to do with the guy flexing there. Like, Flap is a big part of why I feel like he's able to get so much space, so much positioning, and why he's been able to be activated. Of course, you've got Master Ogwin there as well. So it's been a good, I would say, if you look at both the teams here, their stories in general from what Team Falcons has wanted to prove since last season, I feel like, kind of coming into the season with adjustment, and they wanted to have some prove a point, if you will, and then TNC not being that team that's at the bottom of the standings. So one of their stories here, one of the birds, I mean, can we really say the sky is only big enough for one bird? Because that's kind of what this matchup is going to be, right?
Tonight for sure.
Tonight for sure. Now, when was the last time TNC defeated Team Falcons roster?
Pop quiz.
Was it A, MPL Philippines Season 8? Was it B, MPL Philippines Season 11? C, MPL Philippines Season 13? Or D, MPL Philippines Season 15? That's an interesting answer there, letter D.
All right, yeah.
Is that some foreshadowing?
I mean, every quiz question always has to have that one confusing
It's got that
answer,
one.
Yeah, that one that just makes you go, wait, it could be this, but it's not that, and you're just doubting yourself.
Yeah, again, you guys can go ahead and join our MPL Philippines socials if you want to join the discussion there. We, of course, have our official group, too, by the way, which you guys can go ahead and check out. I know there's some big groups out there for you guys to join, but we do have the MPL Philippines official group, which we invite you guys to come in, have those conversations with us. And, of course, on the chat to our international viewers out there, go ahead and answer those polls and find out some of the trivia here for our astonishing league that we've had for the MPL Philippines for so long now. Season 15 already here, and it's only going to get better from here. And finally, the matchup with this one. I'm sure a lot of people want to see the result, so we're going to go ahead and welcome everyone on stage.
To guide us through this match, MPL Arena, a warm welcome for our marshals of the series, Joshua, Chico, Pat, and Juvin. They have surely risen and refused to come back down. The Phoenix is on fire. It's TNC Pro Team. The XP laner, Lord JM. In the jungle, Zaida. In the mid lane, it's Lancey. In the roam, Yawi! And in the gold lane, the rising star, it's Kozen!
In the battle for the skies, the Phoenix will face off against Team Falcons. The XP laner, the Filipino cannon, FLCN. In the jungle, the young phenom KyleTzy. It's the Golden Goat, Few. Master Ogwen in the roam. And in the gold lane, Bulletproof Super Marco. And welcome their coaches, Coach Trevor and Coach Imba DJ. MPL Arena, maingay para sa TNC and Team Falcons!
Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and look at the lineup here for TNC Pro Team.
Something about TNC walking on stage means they're all business. And I think this is because of their motivation, more now than ever.
Yep.
I think it was made clear even with interviews from people who aren't playing. I'm talking about their management.
Yep.
Sir Eric Radulfin. It's his never die attitude that has echoed throughout these young men that have brought them here tonight, approaching the top of the leaderboards.
It's insane that if you really have been following our league for a while to see TNC Pro Team finding so much success, but it makes sense because of the way they approach it. Now let's look at Team Falcons here. Renmar, take us through the lineup.
Well, if TNC Pro Team has a never say die attitude, Team Falcons has the attitude of never give up on each other. Hashtag stay clingy. They've been going around the world. They've been getting championships left and right. It sort of simmered down a little bit, though. We got to acknowledge that. But after their loss in the opening match against Team Liquid Philippines, they have been on fire, with FLCN regaining a little bit more of his old form. And most importantly, a new weapon. Well, make it 2 new weapons being unlocked for Ogwen in the Cho and the Chip.
Okay, and when we look at these stats here, especially for this breakdown, this looks really close, man.
That's
I
right.
mean, look at all this.
Lord Control, I expect it to be much higher for Team Falcons, given that KyleTzy is currently #1 in Lord Control across the board, across junglers in the league. But no, apparently TNC edges them out by just a few percentages. So what does that mean? Does that mean when it comes to the late game, TNC should keep check of the young phenom and then, you know, just yeet it out of control?
Definitely, but I think at the same time, as the Falcons guy on the table, they gotta respect TNC Pro Team in the early game, because Zyda has actually been coming in the clutch in some key retribution duels, and he often flies under the radar for a good amount of people, but he has a couple, if I'm not mistaken, MVP performances to his belt so far this season.
Are you the Falcons guy?
Are you the? I was gonna say you're the Falcons guy. I thought you were.
I thought you were TNC
I thought you were TNC 5.
No, but that's the thing. That's why I'm torn here, man. I'm always a Falcons guy, but also TNC in 5. I just want to see 3 games and somehow both of them getting 2 points.
For the sake of it,
Even
can
though you're
I
gonna
be
get
the
1 point if
Falcons
you
guy?
win. Huh?
Can I be the Falcons guy?
Renmar,
You're TNC in 5. You can't be
keep,
both.
He's switching every week.
No, but for this one specifically, I'm just torn.
That's Brigida's thing.
That's Brigida's thing.
I will take that as a compliment.
It's something about that
Feels
chair.
good to be beautiful.
I'm sorry, Renmar, you don't have the Brigadudes, right? But
Right.
what we do have is the ping test to go ahead and check out how our players get ready for this.
Guess I could get TNC.
Hello, rinig ako.
Walang may pake.
Ay, ano na, dyan na agad. One dot nga lang lagi, no?
Ha?
Sa green dyan nagka-2 dots. Ka-carry gap. Sa pulata pa ni pressure, di marunong umilag pa si Coco. Ayun, no? Nice try. Tapos ang OP ng Leslie dati, nakita mo mga Leslie ko dati.
Sa akin ka lang babalik. D1, sino akong D1? Pero ang D1 tayo, XP. Ito, practice class to. Nice one connection. Napaka mo na kahigaan ko. Nakikitulog ka na nga lang. Nakikitulog ka na nga lang. Nananapak ka ba? Yari sa akin sa day up yung mga kama nyo. Huwag po, kuya.
Okay, so guys, that's the most I've heard Super Marco speak.
Are
Like
you
in
sure
the
that
ping
wasn't
test.
just a voiceover?
It could have been a voiceover.
Who was he telling to get out of his bed? Who's been sleeping in Marco's bed?
feel like it's FLCN.
Probably FLCN. He's probably flexing in the bed while sleeping in there. So starting it off with Infinix keys to victory. Red Martin, how do they win this one?
All right, Kozen, you got to be a little bit under the radar on this one, similar to how Super Marco is a little bit more bulletproof. Pick your timing for your entry. It goes back to your first loss in the season against Onyx PH, wherein you picked a time as a Moskov to go in, but that came back to bite you. But ever since then, you've been working on that, and that's how you make it work against Falcons. While the Falcons need to deliver death from above. Super Marco got to be aggressive at the right time, but most importantly, again, the surprise that Ogun and Few have been showing up alongside with FLCN sharpening up his entries has been really great for Falcons. While clear a flight path for your two gold laners. We are in a gold lane focused meta. Whichever team gets to supplement their gold laner the best so that they can freely deal damage and farm up, those are the ones that win most of the time.
One thing that we failed to mention, especially from the wake of Week 2's broadcasts and games, is Falcons' newly unlocked playstyle. I don't think the Spider Web will show you, but they showed us last week what we would like to call the run and gun strat. Through the young phenoms Nolan, they were able to run through certain drafts that you could have sworn were a losing draft.
And that's the thing about him, you know, and we do get a glimpse here. They are going to be picking blue side over here for Team Falcons for Game 1. They've got a 60% win rate over there, and that is the big part of it, is their adjustment from when we did see them have that loss against TLPH, right? And how they have adjusted the playstyle. Now, this is, again, it's a team and that has always been known for just being objectively strong, right? The synergy, the way that they rotate around the map has been very strong. You can almost say that for all the teams that are sitting at the top of the standings. But what is the biggest deciding factor on why they've been so good, and how is it kind of playing against a team like TNC, who also has had obviously great success over the last few matches that they've had, but they're different. Like, their play styles are very different, I think, when you put them across from each other here.
Yeah, I think for Falcons Philippines, one thing that they did is they've sort of gone back to a little bit more of a instinctual-based gameplay, wherein there was a time where Falcons looked like they were slowing down a bit in terms of their entries, right? In terms of them, you see the gears turning in their heads, thinking about, is this the right call, instead of actually just going for it. They've gone a little bit snappier, and as we mentioned, we became a little bit more run and gun. So for TNC Pro Team, that's something they definitely have brought to the table so far this season, so that's what I'd want to see them match. With both Suyo and Joy gone now, this opens up a Harith first pick for Falcons.
Okay, and looks like it's going to be the Harith, as you mentioned it. So Harith on cue. We do have TNC with a 50% win rate over here on the red side, so is this going to be... All right off the bat, CC. And then you have, they're going with the Selena. Is this going to be Yawi's Selena like we saw back in last week?
We don't know. They're capable of reverting this into a mid-lane Selena just as quickly.
First win, by the way.
You don't have to, exactly, yeah. You don't have to jump clearly into a roam Selena.
All the injustice in the world.
That's wide open.
Wow, very fast with the draft. And I like how the meta has shifted somewhat. You see teams starting to forgo Suyo, Joy a little bit more, committing bans into those, willing to give them up so that they can change up the look of the draft. So going for the Selena first two picks, CC great as well. The Baksha coming up big, coming back for TNC Pro Team. They are the only team so far to play it and win with it this season.
It's so interesting because when you see the Baksha, even, was it week 2, right? When Zyda played?
Yes.
So it works well for them.
So we're looking for the Navaria.
We are.
Unless Coach Trevor says, nah, not on my watch.
It's got to be banned. You think it's worth a ban?
I would want them to do it so that we see what TNC does with this.
Like how they changed that playstyle from what we saw last week.
Because it's so bold. Again, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fight for the ultimate.
We go for the Novaria though for TNC Pro Team. I feel like that's, again, it's a combo that really worked. But it's still risky to pick that into Hayabusa, who could just actually spend time hunting instead of playing along to what TNC Pro Team likes to do in the map with their Selena Novaria combo. So Falcons are reducing the amount of range that TNC can play around with. They still have a potential mid lane pickup that we haven't seen, considering there's a Baksha in the jungle now for TNC. I think we are already seeing Yawi's pickup because your EXP laner, the CC, can serve as a substitute roam paired up with the Baksha.
Yep, frontliners for TNC already set up. I'd say ban the Nova. and then let TNC kind of figure out what to put in like actual mid. Savior might work out too if you're looking for range.
Unless the idea is just to let it go through, and Team Falcons was watching that game and they're like, we could solve this. Nope, they'll just ban it out. Cover the bases, take it out so that it does force TNC to make that adjustment. And so that's going to be a Farsa picked up. So Farsa is the choice, and this is going in the hands of Lancy.
Range is range.
Yep. Range is range.
And they invested a little more burst.
More than that Novaria pick? Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
You sacrifice a little bit of vision for the burst. I think that's worth the trade.
We're back to Season 7, man. This is what Season 7 does look like, save for the CC.
Ooh, dive versus range, and it's the first X-Board pickup of the season. Going to the hands of FLCN this time around. And that's what they decided as the response to a lineup that wants range around the Farsa. In terms of, at the same time, it makes you think twice about picking up an Irithel if you're Kozin. You need something with dashes. You can't go carry.
Do rocks burn?
Rocks burn.
And that yo-yo is gonna melt.
Yeah.
That was the Moskov. Okay.
For a second, I forgot Moskov exists.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It has been a while, and I feel like the Moskov generally has struggled because a lot of these fights right now that are breaking out, if you don't land that SOD, you're kind of your team is left to just fighting that fight without your gold laner. So you have to be really on point, being able to join those fights on the right moment. Yes, you still have that side lane pressure. You can push the lane if you want to. But for the most part, there's a reason why Moskov has fallen off a little bit here in their current meta.
It's dive versus range here. And I think this will also put a lot of pressure onto KyleTzy for making sure he gets the right entry to find the Farsa. But the last time TNC Pro Team played this style of lineup, it was up against a Hayabusa, and Omega Esports lost that one. But let's see if it gets to the point again where, similar to the Novaria Selena combo, the poke damage just might be too overwhelming for Falcons to dive.
What makes this more dangerous for Falcons is the fact that TNC, not only are they good at map control, but they are winning fights. That Farsa best believe will burst you before you can touch it.
Maybe that's what you use the Valentina for here as we jump into the matchup. Once again, it's the battle of the skies here between the Phoenixes of TNC Pro Team and Team Falcons. Who will come out with a win, as both of these teams have been on a win streak lately, and so now it comes down to this in our last match for the evening. And again, make sure you guys grab your time zone credits while you can. The TZX MPL code, buy one, get one. Now looking at this, because we haven't seen the X-Borg just yet, how's that lane matchup against the CC?
Yeah, pure sustain there, and he goes for Spell Vamp. It's been a while since I've faced off against an X-Borg in lane. I'm trying to remember if it's just 50-50, because the CC does have a Vengeance and it's a flicker for the X-Borg, but the X-Borg can actually heal through the Spell Vamp or heal with the Spell Vamp, so it might actually be a bit of a 50-50.
Yeah, I think part of it too is just, what I want to see is how Flap's going to build it.
Yeah.
You know, part of it obviously is just that threat. When you use that Last Insanity, you're able to be that kind of AoE threat.
Yeah.
Might go ahead and mess up some of TNC's plans, especially with having a Farsa, because the thing is, if you get that, whoa.
Oh my lord, KyleTzy coming in. TYP gets FB.
Wow.
You get that?
Same. I wasn't expecting a kill that early. I mean, hey, Jinx.
Oh, down bottom, FLCN got 2 on him. Popping and that Firaga armor. Lord JM very low. Zaida as well. Can he get out of here? Quad Shadow coming through. Retribution by Zaida, help him survive, and he does.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about the last time we saw TNC going up against a Hayabusa with pure poke. Oh, Lord JM's
Lord
gonna get
JM
caught.
with the Vengeance and the Melty Melt. He does not survive. FLCN with the clutch. Firaga armor. Resurrection, and Yawi here gets caught by Ogwin, looking through one, committing the flicker. All right, you were saying?
The yo-yos were melted.
Yep, and FLCN, the Spell Vamp coming in big. That's what we were talking about earlier, just how good Spell Vamp is on this X-Borg. And it's a 50-50, but since there was a bit more assistance there for FLCN, it became a little bit more leaning towards his side. The last time TNC Pro Team played this style of lineup against a Hayabusa, that's what we discussed that TNC Pro Team should watch out for, that the Hayabusa will not hesitate to dive in the mid lane, make sure that they can get the mid laner or Yawi, the roamer, and then just snowball from there. Since KyleTzy was able to get the first kill relatively quickly, TNC Pro Team, I think they just got heat checked now with this combo.
Yeah, it felt like it was so quick when that first blood happened, and then they didn't let up on the gas, and they still made that play in the bottom side. So that amount of pressure also leads into some extra gold going in the pockets from these turrets going down.
Marion, you mentioned this, that Falcons, they succeed whenever they don't have to think too much. Instincts tell you to come in, take the kill, roll with it, and that's what happened in that bottom lane gank.
That's what we loved about this Falcons roster and the road to becoming world champions when they were AP Bren. It just seems like the game flowed naturally through them. It's like they didn't need to think, they just needed to do.
It's like they were born to play MLBB.
Natural athletes.
Natural
the best
athletes.
Natural athletes. Pure athletes in the game.
And you saw, oh, hold on, arrow's gonna land, but Owen is there.
Feathered airstrike, the response, Yawi gets knocked up and taken down. Shadow kill committed by KyleTzy, opening up this turtle coming up in 10.
Yeah, the turtle's coming up. You got a swing here from Zyda, but he's gonna be a little bit too late. I don't think you actually wanna fight that. So it's unfortunate, you know, when you have a Valentina across from you and she's using your own ultimate, that feathered airstrike against you, zoning you out, they now have to go ahead and recollect themselves to see if they can contest the turtle, but if they're going to be late.
Turtle number 2, the response. SOD, no one home. KyleTzy secures. Kozen ain't pressing that button. Ain't no risks here taken by the Phoenix. Falcons secure.
Great kick away by Ogwin onto Zyda so that he wouldn't be in retribution range. And I think the lineup that Falcons have built up for themselves here, they were going into this game number 1 with the Selena in mind. They picked the Cho early on. They have Hayabusa to wreck through the back line and have an easy access for the Farsa. And of course, you dead lane the CC. Going up against an Xborg, this was premeditated. Falcons went into this thinking about this playstyle for TNC Pro Team, and they've responded to it well enough.
It's great. You call it a bird's eye view.
It is. It's the bird's eye view, and part of that has garnered themselves this lead this early on. Oh, they might pull the trigger here.
They're collapsing. What a big 4-man knockup by Ogwin. Zyda goes for JM2. The response by Lancey, a defensive. In comes Kozen. FlapD's gonna bite it. Yawi gets the kill. In comes the cavalry. The reinforcements. KyleTzy throws out some shadows, letting Kozen and Yawi get away.
Falcons, what a call to go ahead and invade. And yeah, with a high pressure style of roamer in the hands of Ogwin, the last time TNC Pro Team used this lineup, they were up against a Batang that was a little bit more passive. So of course, Falcons will take control. They knew they had to take control, and now TNC Pro Team will have to play on the defense. The unfortunate thing for them is, with the lineup centered around a tanky roamer, defense isn't exactly their strong suit. They'll have to rely a lot on Lancey and Kozen here.
Yeah, you can see the gap already happening here between the junglers for Zyda and Kyle. And he has quite a bit of lead just because obviously he's able to put a little more pressure with Hayabusa, and Zyda needs to build up on this Voxio a little bit more. But I don't know if they're going to really be able to contest even this last turtle. It should be just 3 for 3 for Team Falcons unless TNC can do something. It might be better for them just push that tier 1 in the bottom, and it looks like they're going to do that because look how quick this turtle's going out.
Few with a massive feathered airstrike zoning out all of TNC, allowing for KyleTzy to secure the turtle with no retribution spent.
This is the Falcons we've known for a long time.
The answer by TNC, Lancey with a preemptive feathered airstrike, 2 arrow thrown out by Yawi to no avail.
Oh, retro use.
Uh-oh, Ogwin kicking away Zyda. Can they stop this forward movement by TNC? TNC taking it slow.
Good call for Ogwin to kick. Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to follow that up. So interesting. I mean, look at this already, Redmar. You already have a nice lead for Team Falcons. They're pretty far ahead from this. What's TNC got to do to get back in the game?
They're going to have to base it off of, well, Yawi getting a really good Abyssal Arrow. Good, honest team fight might not go well for TNC Pro Team. I think this is one of the scenarios they'll have to leverage a late entry by Kozen. But since Lord JM already suffered 2 early deaths, might be too much to ask. They might have to play with this from the defensive, really.
Ooh. Ogwin and Few trying to take that flank from the left as the rest of Falcons barrel away at this tier 2 down bottom. Purple might be in jeopardy as Ogwin finds one in the kick. The answer by Lancey, feathered airstrike. Purple going down, Zyda as well following through. Lord JM at the tip of the Zaman Force, folds at the hands of the Bulletproof.
Man, again, it's just everything is on point. I know one of the keys to victory here was clear a path, and that's exactly what Team Falcons is doing.
That's what Ogun and Few have been doing with the show and Farsa. And good thing we got the Infinix hand cam up during that sequence. You got to see just how fast KyleTzy plays this Hayabusa. So thanks again to Infinix for the hand cam to highlight the young phenom.
And as this tier 2 now in the mid lane will fall, TNC, it looks like they're struggling here. Zyda does jump in, no arrow.
Backshot Unite into one. Feathered Airstrike by Lancy, barreling away. Lord JM here, got that last insanity on him. FlapTZ, bouncing through. Does not pursue.
All that for, they get the shield. You know, that's what they were working for mid lane. And they can pretty much just brute force themselves into that with this kind of lead.
Yeah, Falcons here also has a secret set tool. The fire stakes of the X-Borg actually is something that Zyda and Lord James have to watch out for when they decide to go and dive. Just when you think you'd be able to get away, you'll get pulled back by the fire stakes, and that's exactly what happened to Zyda there. Falcons will get this Lord without a problem, as TNC Pro Team are not healthy enough to contest it. The Farsa only has one item. It goes back to a Farsa game we had earlier in the season where it will be up to Lancy and TNC Pro Team to help Lancy farm up, because 3 core items on the Farsa is the timer for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, but even with that timer, one of the problems here is this Selena now, again, you know, even with just in the roam position, you've only got that enchanted talisman. If you're not landing your arrows, then what kind of value do you bring to the table, especially in a base defense?
Not to mention Lord JM, the other shining hope that we had for TNC to be a frontliner for the Phoenix Army. She's met her natural predator, the X-Borg. We just haven't seen X-Borg in a while, which is explaining why Lord JM can't put up a front.
Yeah, it's really difficult for him, and now the base defense, a Feathered Airstrike already dropped down. Few still holding on to his own. Lord makes its way now in the bottom side, and Flap will lead this charge in. We'll see if they punch it in. Feathered Airstrike.
Here's the Island of Markets one. The kick by Ogwin. Down goes Zyda. Turn gonna be following through. Lord JM falls. So does Yawi. 2 defenders left. Cozen and Lancy. An end angle for the Falcons. Can they do this? TNC holding on. The base just crumbles. Quick as that. Game 1 goes to Falcons PH.
And Team Falcons will soar higher right now against the Phoenix in Game 1, a decisive one at that, nearly at 10 minutes.
Ruthless. That was a hell of a draft by Coach Trevor and a hell of an execution by Team Falcons. They were ready for the Selena of Yawi. They adjusted it very well, and it looks like across the board, they just won in the picks and won in the execution.
That was so clean.
That was brutal, bro.
Like, that was a brutal Game 1, but it felt like Team Falcons just came out with the talons sharpened on that one, and they just clawed down a Phoenix that we're so used to seeing not get handled like that. Like that, Game 1, Team Falcons handled the Phoenix.
Green Giant Avian 1, Mythical Flaming Bird 0.
0. They still have a chance to adjust, but man, I don't know. I just feel like everywhere on that map, TNC didn't have hope anywhere. It just felt like every single lane, especially after that first interaction, like when Kyle went in under the turret, got that first kill, and then they proceeded to go down in the bottom lane and also put pressure there. It felt like the Phoenix, from that moment on, couldn't catch a breath, like couldn't catch a moment. And there he is once again. Oh, and Ogwin.
And they're just playing. Wait, so who is the MVP?
Do they get 3 MVPs?
Do they get 3 MVPs?
Which one is it? They left us guessing. Okay.
The only one not flexing, by the way.
He was the humble MVP there.
He was the humble MVP.
And yeah, he really set the tone here. That's something you always have to watch out for the Hayabusa. Listen closely. After the first rotation, once the Hayabusa is level 4, if you're a mid laner like a Novaria, Farsa, you watch out for a Hayabusa diving under your turret and using his shadow kill to try and take you down early. That's exactly what happened. It's the classic story of the roamer in Ogwin, the mid laner in Few, and the jungler in KyleTzy setting the tempo. They were always in the right area, the vision being provided by Few and or Ogwin. Rinse and repeat. It's a classic, vintage Falcons game.
Okay, and when we look at this is what I was saying. Like, as soon as we got to the 3-minute mark, it just felt like it was a snowball effect, and that was beautiful, man. That Jikundo, what, 4-man?
Yeah, that was a 4-man knockup. You're right.
Big man Jeet Kundo. Big money Jeet Kundo.
Big
right there.
money. And, you know, with that, and again, this is the thing. Like, think about the impact that Ogwin is having throughout this game in comparison to Yawi Selena. You know, if you're not landing arrows, then you can't do stuff like that. Well, if you miss a Jeet Kundo, it's okay. You're going to have another opportunity in a couple seconds, you know? And so that was definitely a struggle for TNC to actually struggle would be an understatement for this one. 10-09 in game 1.
They really just didn't let TNC do anything on the map, to be honest. Zada can only do so much when Yawi and Lancey aren't landing, and again, it's so hard to make a double mage roam and mid combo work when you're up against a Valentina that, of course, would like to be aggressive, has a good source of crowd control in the Shadow Strike and damage as well, stealing the ultimate of Lancey whenever he can, and just Ogwin standing in your face, you're double thinking everything, you're doubting, it's like, wait, can I be here? I'm gonna back off. And then when you're doing that, you can't rotate, get info for Zyda, and Zyda's just left farming and in his side of the river.
And he can't even farm because if he overextends even just for 2 seconds, he dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's scary to think about it because of the fact that when you're, and maybe this is a debate that will probably go on throughout the regular season when you have that utility jungler going against an assassin like a Hayabusa, where obviously your assassin, when you get an early kill like that, it already gives you an advantage over the utility jungler. It's like, dang, you can really feel the difference between a utility and an assassin jungler right now.
Who, by the way, got the kill on a core member of the opponent's team, the mid laner, the Farsa, and at such an early time too, with very little in terms of retribution. Like there was no punishment for KyleTzy, which is explained by him picking a hero that I think is slowly rising up to like A+ right now.
Yeah.
The Hayabusa is the most slippery jungler in the game.
Yeah, he's coming back. And of course, with everything going right for Team Falcons PH, then it's easy for Super Marco to get the BPI rich guy honors of the game.
Big money.
Big money all around. Super Marco, I feel like Super Marco didn't even have to do like that much that game until the very end when they pushed in that turret and he dropped the Zaman Force. But, you know, this is, again, going back to it. I know we mentioned, you know, leading into the draft, we were like, this is a very gold lane-centric meta that we're seeing formed. But a lot of the times in these kind of quicker games, you know, we've seen a few now that are like around 10 minutes. It's just all the work that's being done by that mid lane trio. And then usually the gold lane, if they get past that 10-minute mark, that's when they start to really shine, you know? So Super Marco, again, he had all the freedom in the world to become the BPI rich guy because his team was handling everything, you know? And that's really a lot of the cases when you look at all these teams that have figured that out, that's where they shine the most. And the gold laners especially they hope, I feel like a lot of them low-key hope that they get to like the 15+ minute mark. So then they're like, all right, all this farming that I've done, I'm ready to pop off. You know,
put gold in his vest.
Just put gold in his vest if he wants to. But before that, moving forward, let's go ahead and throw it over to the All Access.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. This is us once again. Did I do it again? Okay, I think I did it again. Just in case lang. Hindi, okay lang. Kasi ngayon, we actually have an announcement. BPI is our official bank partner! Yay! You love to see it. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI, Jamie. It's so nice to have them here, right?
I love having them here, and you know what? You're gonna love having them here as well because if you partake in their activities at their BPI booth, you get a chance to win amazing prizes. Tell them how they can do that. But by the way, meron pala sila.
Oo. Kasi medyo hindi tayo familiar eh. So papuntahin na lang natin, Sir CJ, do you mind?
Hi, CJ.
Please make your way here. Ang ating kinatawan, the representative from BPI. So please, what's going on in the booth? And like, ano bang kailangan gawin ng ating mga MPL fans once they go here?
Sobrang dali lang. So for existing BPI customers, may free spin na kaagad kayo. No? So kailangan nyo lang magpakita ng proof na BPI customer na kayo. And yung mga hindi pa BPI customer, all you have to do is scan that QR code and makakapag-open na kayo ng BPI account in less than 5 minutes and with one ID lang. Online lahat yung account opening natin. And maliban sa pag-open ng account, every BPI product na i-avail nila gives them a chance to spin another prize dito sa ating roleta. And then meron pa tayong other chances for them to spin, no? So kapag nag-follow sila sa BPI socials and kapag nag-post din sila sa Facebook ng selfie with our booth, meron ulit silang additional free spins dito sa ating roleta.
Ang daming
Boss
choices.
CJ, so easy to join in on the fun, no?
Oh yeah, it's so convenient. So there's a maximum of 4 spins na pwede nilang makuha,
4
right?
spins.
Actually, mas maraming BPI products silang i-avail. That's additional spin pa eh. So
Every
walang
time.
maximum, yeah. So kunyari mag-apply sila ng product, mag-apply sila ng loan, ng credit card and all that. That's an additional.
So many choices. Balita ko yung katabi mo, Boss CJ, ay isang BPI customer.
You love
Ipakita mo na, Hans.
Ipakita ko na? O
ngayon
sige.
din.
Alam mo, hindi ko pwedeng ipakita. Mamaya na lang. Okay, mamaya na lang. Kasi, in case guys gaya ng sinabi ni Sir CJ, lahat ng mga gusto nyo, loan, apartment, wag apartment, okay? Basta loan, credit card, debit card. Kung hindi nyo pa nagagawa, di ba? Dito nyo na gawin. Tapos, unli kayo dito. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. Papayagan nyo po ba akong gawin to? Okay, I'm gonna do it right now. Okay. Ang saya ko kasi wala nang bokeak today. Walang
Oo nga eh. Ay, water bottle. Yay, BPI water bottle. Fine. You get a great gift. Pero lahat ng prizes naman kasi sobrang ganda. So let's see what I win. If he gets a BPI water bottle, what will I get? Spin ako ha.
Sige,
okay.
ang saya naman, walang
Nag-follow
talo,
na ako ng social
Walang
media accounts
talo.
nila.
Okay, what's
And
yours?
I win a cap! I love caps.
Agsaya.
I'm so excited to wear this. I can't wear it today because of my hair, but take a look at this. This is one of the examples of the prizes you win at the BPI booth, and of course, the BPI water bottle as well. You've got the bucket hat, a gift certificate. You want to talk more about that? What's the gift certificate?
200 pesos worth of gift certificate na pwede nilang i-claim sa mga marami namang shops. Yeah.
At saka if swerte ka, may pick your choice pa.
Oo nga. So, bahala ka sa buhay mo kung anong gusto mo dyan, right? Sir CJ, maraming salamat. And to everyone representing BPI, maraming salamat po. We're so happy to have them here. Kaya guys, punta na kayo dito sa MPL Arena. There's gonna be a lot of different opportunities and chances. But as of this moment, we're gonna throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Jamie, and also big shout-outs to BPI. Welcome now to the Professional League. We love to have you guys, and of course, we got to let you guys join in on the fun, bring you a better tomorrow. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. There is a digital deposit, there's accounts, there's insurance, there's investments, there's loans, and there's much more.
Start saving for an epic future. Open up a hashtag Save Up account today via the BPI app.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. All you need is one ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. Open an epic future with BPI. I opened up my epic future with BPI 8 years ago.
8 years?
And I do not regret it.
I did mine
moment ever.
13 years ago.
Hey.
How about you, Leo?
Yes, I remember that time they were still using Abacus for banking.
It's not a contest, all right? I am on BPI, and that's how I pay for my condo.
Hey, I use BPI to pay for this new Edith skin. Because the new skin, Edith Prismatic Sentinel.
Whoa, what?
Is now available in game with 30% off. You can also get it from a chest. Yes, guys, you can get it from a chest. Join Edith and experience MLB Esports charm. This just came out, right? Because I saw the video for this. Do you guys have all the other MPL skins?
I have all the MPL skins. And forget about the chest, all right? If you have the diamonds, just get the skin.
And I don't have the diamonds because I spent them all last week.
He spent about 353,000 diamonds to try and get all of the KOF skins.
Yeah. Darn it, and I got all of them except the Cho.
Except the Cho. After 467.5 thousand diamonds sent, he still doesn't have Iori.
Maybe someday.
Hey, did you know that when you log on in-game and the esports broadcast pops up, there are BPI banners around the screen?
Is there?
Yeah.
Well, also, we got to see the power pose, guys. Big shout-outs to our crowd out there watching us live. Hey, I love the sweater there, man. And that's a pretty good pose.
This is the MVP winning pose.
MVP winning pose. Oh, he even stood up.
He stood up. All right, give it to him. Gotta stand up.
On your feet, son. On your feet.
It's a power pose standoff.
It has to be him. He's standing up. He's used up more leg strength for this
Dude, they
fight.
should have done his flex pose.
Oh,
Yes!
he's
There
showing
you
up.
go. I was going to say, they should have done his flex pose. He's been doing the flex pose all day.
I'll allow it, but we're focusing on this.
Flex your muscles, sir.
Guy on the left. Guy on the left.
Guy on the left.
Who's
do it.
winning? Who's getting the box?
Oh, I think the
it
pose
him?
got him the dub, man. The pose got him the dub.
Yeah.
The extra effort. The extra effort.
The extra effort. There was a hidden factor here, and it was to do the flex pose.
We didn't say he wasn't allowed to do it, so he did.
He did it.
Yeah, all we tell you is to do the pose. We don't tell you don't do other poses.
You
And apparently it helps.
Yeah.
You can do others.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's up to you. Congratulations, by the way, and always great to see our fans out here joining us in the MPL PH Arena. And again, like we mentioned, there is a ton of games happening this weekend. We still have full day tomorrow, Golden Month. Like we mentioned, there's a triple header tomorrow, Saturday. Come join us. You guys can buy tickets online. Head over to check them out. And then, of course, we have Sunday. And, man, it's kind of crazy because once we round out this week, like week 3, we're almost at the halfway point. Like, we're almost there.
Don't say that, Joseph.
It's a little Freaky Friday.
Time is so fast.
Time is so fast. I think the older we get, the more real that gets.
I don't know about you, man. As a 24-year-old?
As a 26-year-old.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Yesterday, I felt like we were in last week. Now today, it's tomorrow. What?
Wait, how old are you?
21.
As a 21-year-old Renmar. Let's jump into the drafting phase here for Game 2. Because time is crazy now.
So old.
so old. Blue side, we got Team Falcons. Red side, we got TNC. We're going to see if we actually get to a Game 3. Man, there has been something about it because this is going to be a whole nother thing where Renmar's saying if you didn't, if you want the TLDR, watch the series. Because if this is another 10-minute game, man, like that is the TLDR.
Yeah,
who's going to happen, Kyle?
If ever it's going to be TLDR, Falcons happen. That's what.
All right, that joy is going to be banned out. Doing the due diligence here for the red side.
It's the exact same bands
It is.
from the previous one, and
You
same
know,
draft so far.
might
I
as
think
well.
it's going to change the Selena pick for sure. I think they will keep the CC, but I think they'd consider picking up the Granger. And that's not a Granger. Neither of them are Granger.
Oh, they take the Hayabusa, and then they go with the Hilda.
Something tells me they picked these two to avoid Falcons from bearing down on Zaida.
Yeah. He was so, like, he got slowed down so quickly in that game. And it was also because of just the pressure in the mid lane, like you mentioned. Like, if you're one of your main cores goes down that early on, that's really tough to deal with. Let's take a look here from Coach Why Not. He's good at laning, good at positioning. He's good at following up sa mga initiator ng team niya. Hats off to Marco. Gosh, my Tagalog is just improving.
Dude, you're getting way better at it. I'm so proud of you.
It's like it's your first language.
Well, it's kind of almost is.
Amazing words from the World Championship coach. What does Falcons pick to close up their first phase?
When you gaze
Hey, what?
Oh, they take it and they take the throw again.
This is honest. This is
Bro.
literally few saying, "Let me show you how to Selena."
Yeah, that's going to be some emotional damage dealt by Falcons if they win this one with the Selena. Except this time, of course, it's going to be different. It's going to be Selena mid paired up with a Roam Cho. So what TNC Pro Team needs to have in the Roam here is something along the lines of a Jawhead, maybe, if they can even get it. I think Falcons will actually want to ban it out. You need something proactive for Yawi, something that can match the rotations of a Cho.
Okay. They do take the Bedang out. There's Valentina. So, and I mean, this is such a signature pick, too, for Few, right? Like, I mean, the Selena, isn't it something that he loves to play?
Yep, he's won an MPL championship off of the back of a...
Was it season 1?
An amazing Selena. Season 2.
Season 2, that's right.
Season 2 with Signal Ultra.
Oh,
hey!
Big shout out to our boys.
That's QWERTY and Joshy Cakes.
That's QWERTY and Joshy Cakes. Which
MPL's
one's
finest.
Joshy? Which one's Cakes? Which one's... No, we know who QWERTY
We know who they are.
I think that's the OG Baby Cakes duo
that's
of
true.
MPL Philippines.
QWERTY Cakes.
QWERTY Cakes. That's QWERTY Cakes right there. Again, if you're not familiar with them, for the international audience, they are one of the MDL talents that we have, alongside, of course, Tupe, Odin, and
What is going on
Tina.
here?
Who is that?
Who
One
is this?
dude. It's a member of the.
He's got a Bren shirt on, so right?
This is Team Falcons, ladies and gentlemen. It's not AP Brand.
No, but they want to show the
There
shirt.
it is.
Hello, there's Yawi's pickup.
Yeah, something proactive, as we mentioned, as Falcons did ban out the Jawhead that we thought would go really well for TNC's lineup. So I feel like that evens it out. Against the Selena, against the Cho, the Kufa is actually really good. That one pick might actually shut down what Falcons want to do in the center of the map.
The lover boy's a hugger.
Yeah, for sure. You can still pair that up with a Farsa if ever the Lucas doesn't get picked up here by Falcons. Oh wait, chips open. What if they swerve this? Go XP.
XP Cho?
XP Cho.
There's a very small chance it swerves, but yes, even that Selena.
What if they did the Novaria Selena combo?
That'd be dirty.
Okay, that's not. Oh, but it's debut pick. Okay, we get to see the link from KyleTzy.
Welcome back, Ling. It's been a
Welcome
while.
back.
I like how finally teams, I feel like what we were looking for in like week 1, week 2, well, latter half of week 2 we saw it.
Yeah.
But now teams are finally like, all right, it's
They're
time to break this
settled
meta.
in. Yeah.
We're sick of Suyo and Joy. Let's see what else we can get.
I'm
dig it.
glad, because I wanted, yeah, like you mentioned, you wanted to see that. You wanted to see some of these band priorities change, some of the pick priorities change up, and so far it's been so good.
It's hard to Farsa here. They might just choose to go Farsa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's difficult, but not impossible. This is such a I said it game 1. That's a season 7 draft on Falcons, literally.
Yeah.
Dude, we are in Flashback Friday. Like, I feel like a lot of the lineups or compositions that we've seen has been, those iterations from the past, and it's nice to see because even the hands, like, imagine how abysmal Selena's win rate is.
Yeah.
But teams are still choosing to pick her up. And, like, why is that? Like, is it just the vision that comes with it? Is it the arrow strength?
Something about Selena makes her unique, right? She can lose so much, but she can win. I wish the same was true for Uranus.
Hey, sometimes that's just how it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at the index here for both the teams for game at 2. Right now, it's looking up like TNC has a minor advantage in some of these key marks, but again, it's all down to execution. We saw this in the previous game. Now, one last look at the lineups here. You've even got, of course, this Hylos with that Revitalize to go ahead and help things out. So we'll see how the adjustments are going to be for TNC. It was a rather quick game 1 loss. Now, can they stop themselves from getting shot out of the sky and swept here by Team Falcons?
Yeah, considering the TNC Pro Team are the ones playing again with a major range with the Granger and Farsa with them. And plus they have a much better roam pickup this time around to shut down with what Falcons wants to do. And they have the Hayabusa. Yeah, I'm also leaning towards TNC in this game. Again, a lot of it coming from the fact that the Selena has been quite, not even 50-50. There's only one win of the Selena, and it's on the guy that's pounding on the Selena right now.
Here comes Yawi jumping on up top. Here comes the action. Flap Easy gets popped despite Ogwin using the Revitalize. The Phoenix Army on the board.
Wow, Lord JM just showed up. Able to get the first blood now for TNC, so that's a good little start, even though that kill went to Lord JM, but helps him with some of this early pressure. They will go ahead and Team Falcons will get the Lith Wander, though.
Yeah. And because of that pressure, Super Marco is losing lane right now to Kozen. He's getting frozen out of a siege minion.
And a long-range minion, too.
Long-range minion. And with the Hayabusa going down to the bot, Ogwin now has to help cover for Super Marco so that he could get more waves.
Here comes Yawi and the rest of TNC. Taking down that Centaur man. Tempest Blaze coming through, not enough range. KyleTzy hits the rock at the end of that dash, though. TNC still untouched.
Okay, that was, the idea was there, but TNC having that little bit of an advantage because of those early rotations.
Oh, it hit! Throwing out a full-range arrow. Does not enough damage deal to Kozen. There is. Why am I talking like Yoda?
Yeah. Forced out the flicker, he did. And Kozen going back to TNC Pro Team.
Somebody bring out the Cyclops, please.
I don't know if we'll see it.
Turtle down. TNC scores. Falcons can only watch.
Yeah, they can only watch. TNC, obviously. Oh!
Phew! Gets blasted here, catching a few salvos, flickering out at the perfect moment. Ogwin with the clutch Revitalize too.
Yeah, I think the early pickoff into FlapTZ shut down the aggressive rotations that Falcons want to do. Lord JM is actually reading FlapTZ's laning and rotations very well, that it makes it easy for Yawi and Lancey to just wreak havoc across the map alongside the Hayabusa.
That's man-to-man.
Yeah. And so with this kind of early advantage, I would say, for TNC, hopefully they can keep continuing to build it, because you can see they have those minor leads across the lanes right now. So for Team Falcons, if we know what's true, especially with a Ling, it might just be a certain timing that they're looking for.
Here we go. They find Yawi. Tempest Ablaze dropping here. Dash and dash and dash. Finally, the kill for Falcons on the board. Took him so much, though, just for the lover boy.
We're able to get one that's going to help with rebalancing things out. We saw the BPI gold difference flash earlier on. It's actually Super Marco leading in terms of the gold farm against Kozen, although that's just like a minion. It's not a massive lead, but it's a little bit more even now as Super Marco has equalized the lane equilibrium.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Super Marco. You know, even if he's down in a lane, he's usually able to go ahead and like recoup that disadvantage at some point. Now he might struggle, at least if he's in this 1v1 right now with Kozen, but eventually Super Marco usually proves that. Now Kozen's then doing pretty well too, and as long as he's able to go ahead and keep working on that lead.
Oh, FlapTZ walks in that wide brush, and there's lethal intent in TNC.
He didn't use the flicker.
So much. Yeah, doesn't need to commit the flicker, actually. He survived off of his own kit.
I almost would be sure that, almost anyone would use that flicker with all that pressure and damage right there.
Not the Filipino cannon.
He really just trusted. I think it's also good for him that he didn't dash into the shrub. Since he just walked up to it, he used the Jeet Kune Do twice and then dashed and then the third activation.
Yeah, so with this, they set themselves up to be actually in position to contest now the second turtle of the game. Whoa.
KyleTzy finds Kozen all alone. Tempest Ablaze for good measure.
So they might actually, maybe with this information, might just go ahead and give up the turtle. Yawi and the rest are down here, though. Meanwhile, Ogwin, giving that information, will go ahead and plant himself here with Lord JM. So by that time, they might be able to go ahead and commit to this turtle take.
All right. Lord JM just walking through, clearing all these traps, hit down by few. As KyleTzy takes the long scenic route all the way to the top, that brush. I wonder if TNC knows that Kyle is there. Now they do. Turtle already started. Gauging their range, arrow thrown out, feathered airstrike, the answer by Lancey. Ogwin dashing on out, and there's a glorious pathway. In comes the rest of them. Arrow thrown out, the revitalized. Zyda with the clutch. Retribution. Tempest Ablaze knocking up the Shinobi as Zyda gets popped by KyleTzy, and they're not done. In comes Few. Lancey standing his ground. Yawi misses the jump, and now Lord JM flickers out.
Oh no, okay, so even as low as they are, they do manage to stay alive for all members of Team Falcons, although it was Zyda that ends up getting the turtle. Now 2 for 2, Flap. Getting a couple shots here from Lord JM. Now where's the items falling into place at this point?
Well, Berserker's Fury already built up for the Ling, Hunter Strike as well for the Hayabusa, so their farm is quite neck and neck. No clear advantage there. No clear advantage all throughout the game. Thunderbelt already for both EXP laners. And for the last one, you could really just say it was Falcons executing that better. It's also really good that the Abyssal Arrow for Few landed when it did. That bide a little bit more time for Falcons to have a better team fight, and that's what we saw.
And so with this, now even if it's not objectives for Team Falcons, they're looking to get these fights, get the advantages if they can. Eventually, they'll start working on these tier 1s. For TNC, you can see. Oh, Yawi jumps in.
Big jump by Yawi. Catches Ogwin, and the answer. Here comes KyleTzy, and the glorious pathway. The answer, the feather airstrike. Down goes Yawi, 1 for 1. Currently the trade. Zyda finds Super Marco, forcing back the bulletproof. Kozen with the flicker out. FlapTZ here, staying, protecting his soft cores, and that is Lord JM pushing forward. The fight is dispersed.
Good
Both
coverage.
runners.
Yeah, good coverage right away for Falcons. And good thing Super Marco, actually, he went back straight into lane right after that.
Yeah.
No time wasted.
He's playing catch-up, and he's actually ahead right now.
Yeah.
So even though he, had a little bit of difficulty in the beginning, those little micro decisions that he does make catches him back up. So he's got the Starlium Scythe and Feather of Heaven already.
2 items as well for KyleTzy Sling. Haas Claws will full build the boots up next, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but he decided to go for the item rush. I think the last fight as well, since it started off with KyleTzy committing the Tempest of Blades already just to take down Yawi. They couldn't extend that, and TNC Pro Team had the tools to go for the re-engage. That's why Falcons had to back off. So it's still neck and neck. You got to commend TNC Pro Team for keeping things close in terms of the gold, despite Falcons getting the more recent kills, and things have been going really well for them. I think you also have to attribute it to the fact that Zyda did win that second retreat battle against KyleTzy.
Yeah, and with this, he might be able to go ahead and just get this third turtle because you have Kyle just pushing up on that top tier turret. But he can join and make his way here. That's one thing about the Ling, just shows up, but it's so quick.
Glorious Pathway thrown out alongside an arrow. Zyda, Shadow in. Retribution, clean. FLCN coming in with a Way of the Dragon, finds one. There you go, the back off. Yawi gets popped here. Lancey, wings by wings. Diamond Force committed already by Super Marco. Canceling here. The Feathered Airstrike. Lancey caught up by few. Now look at the back line.
No!
Zyda finds FLCN. Currently the trade, 1-for-1.
Okay. Still walking away with a shadow kill.
KyleTzy compromising Lancey's recall. Dashes on, does not allow Lancey to fly away. And in comes the rest. Zyda and Kozin. Zyzen fails to punish.
The Zyzen failing to punish. Surprised that they're still able to pick something up even after all of that. But right now, Zyda might be one of the saving graces here too, at least to control some of this momentum being set by Team Falcons.
Yep. Dominant size already built up there by Ogrin. And now, yeah, Falcons has to acknowledge this isn't going to be so clear-cut for them as TNC Pro Team. They're fighting very good. Great discipline in holding some certain abilities. You saw before getting taken down in the last big fight, Yawi held on to Tyrant's Rage as much as possible. That's him checking KyleTzy's entry, and KyleTzy was waiting for that Tyrant's Rage to get dished out. Zyda as well holding on to his ultimate. So TNC Pro Team are working off the idea right now that all their ultimates are so big ticket and are so worth if they get it right that they're holding on to it for the most opportune times.
And it's all down to that timing, you know, and right now you have that split pressure happening right now across the map. Might be looking to get that tier 1 on the bottom side, but it's going to be cleared out by Kozin. So now it's in a state of the game where it's just pretty much even. You know, you've got both one turret down for both these teams. They set themselves up for the most kind of stable. Whoa, well, hold on, Zyda's damage. We'll take out Flap.
Who saw that coming? I bet Flap didn't. What was that?
Nuts. This Hayabusa is definitely online right now, and FLCN is only level 9 and is not making like water. He's making like paper at this point.
A 14 to a 9.
They folded that boy in half.
Yeah, that is a Holy Crystal that picked up now. So even with TNC, they're still going to go ahead and take their time with this Lord setup. You still have pressure, and that's something that we maybe forget a little bit because this is the debut pick for the Ling, is the amount of side lane pressure that you can put on. Especially when you do have your purple buff to work with.
What I like about what Falcons have been, or excuse me, TNC has been doing though, is that despite the side lane pressure applied by Ling, TNC are covering it well enough. They're putting the right amount of heroes in the map, not just stacking and showing themselves in lane actually. They're staying in the jungle close to where they could pass to wherever whoever's clearing the lane is. So that's good coverage by TNC Pro Team in the map. Look at the items now. Yep, still a very, very close game.
Well, right now it's Team Falcons will start up the Lord. It's at half health. Zyda just around the corner. They might force a fight. It is going to be a reset. It might look like, unless Zyda holds it here. And now TNC takes control of the Lord area.
Glorious Pathway set down by Ogwin. The answer from Lancey. Down goes Super Marco. An arrow catches Yawi, but that's all she wrote. Falcons missed their window, and TNC with a big win.
Falcons. KyleTzy. Oh, Yawi goes in!
Yawi hugs one. He does catch two. It's Ogwin he displaces. In comes the rest of the Phoenix army. Ogwin gets taken down. Few flickering on out, dealing as much damage as he can before he finds out it's too late.
Falcons, PH. They are going to get taken down there by Yawi, and TNC Pro Team can continue this. KyleTzy walks away with a purple buff from Zyda. Bit of a reprieve there. Stealing away a buff from a Hayabusa, but Lord JM has been checking KyleTzy really well as Kyle could not find the right angle to enter in that last Lord take.
Well, he actually stopped him from taking it looks like.
Yep.
So good pressure there, but right now TNC's just going to take all these turrets that they want, and they're going to be forced to be on the defense here for Team Falcons. Still, it is that first Lord of the game, But we're going to have to see how this composition works on the defense. And I don't know if KyleTzy is going to be able to go and swoop in there and grab his purple buff.
Yeah.
Because Lord JM is also waiting around the corner. And Zyda will swing his way there too. So Yawi's charging up here. They want to go in for the base turrets at least, do some damage to him.
Lord does get taken care of by Falcons here, but not without losing their mid and bottom tier 2s. Yawi jumping through, Few sees it from a mile away. Close call.
This is like the clearest gold lead we've had all throughout this game. There's only 3,000. That's just how close it is. But the map is looking red. The TNC Pro Team can continue this aggression that they have. Again, I think it really boils down to the Kufra pickup ended up becoming really good for them.
Yep.
It blocks a lot of the damage you want to deal as the Selena, as the Harith as well. And KyleTzy's second guessing every entry he wants to commit because Yawi's Tyrant's Rage and even just his bouncing ball is enough to mess up with what KyleTzy wants to do.
I think it's also just enough pressure from a Kufra that you necessarily don't know what angle he's coming from, and that's one of the strengths of having a Kufra, especially with a flicker being available to you. I mean, you can look at his positioning right now, too. And so something about that and having that on your side can be chaotic enough for Team Falcons' lineup when it comes to the positioning they're looking for, especially if he catches Few, for example, and Few's only got that flicker really available to him.
Yeah.
Or if he's able to go and find KyleTzy to force out an earlier Tempest of Blades than what KyleTzy wants to actually use, those are big parts. Now, mind you, KyleTzy hasn't died.
Yeah.
He has been able to go ahead and still find little moments to go ahead and farm up because he's maintaining against Zyda, who relatively the last few minutes has been on point. So some of these items, especially when we get past that 18-minute mark, are going to come into a big play here.
Oh, conceal.
Where is he going?
Who's he going to get?
Lord JM gets caught out here. Yawi jumps in to save his teammate. Now the feather strike from Lancy. Look at the flank here. KyleTzy's trying to find Zyda. They let go. He's off.
Purify down.
Okay. With that gone, I think Falcons will look to try and really find Lancy. They have to find this Farsa, but without a feathered airstrike just yet, they might not need to overcommit. Here comes Okwin.
And they do try and break down TNC's formation. Look at Few from the west flank, and they throw out an arrow. Yawi catches it to protect Lancy. There's a small window that TNC have to protect Lancy from, about a minute.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead. They see that Kyle's down on the bottom side. They're going to blitz this Lord and try to take it here before Kyle can even get there.
Glorious pathway by Ogwin. They are going to secure the Lord. TNC takes it. Now in comes the rest of Falcons. TNC are scrambling. Down goes Lancy. Yawi in the middle of the down goes Kozin 2. 3 for 1, the trade. The Lord goes to the Phoenix Army, but look at this. It's as if Falcons had it all figured out.
The counter plays what they were banking on, and they're cashing in a potential sweep against TNC with a late entry from KyleTzy.
Walking up the BPI saying, I want that base. Lord JM does survive for only a second longer. Lord going the opposite direction. TNC.
TNC might still have some fight in this game. Again, if Supermarco was able to cap out that kill on Lord JM, it could have possibly been different, but right now for TNC, they can play around the Lord take and still fight another day in this game. But you're seeing the arrow's going to hit, but no follow-up. But Lord JM
in too deep.
He's fast enough.
All right. Does dash through. He's fine.
But you see that last team fight. We're not going to get a replay of it, but the decision to approach that fight that way for KyleTzy, he was too late.
Zyda does commit. Pops the shadow kill. Does disconnect you. Gets the kick. Targeted by the turret into the rest of Falcons. Lancy gets taken off the back line. Kyle Tempest plays on the Kozin. Yawi falls. Lord JM, the last one left. Now they're all gone. Falcons wipe out the Phoenix.
And just like that, they'll be struck out of the air, and the TNC Phoenix fall down.
The best pure athletes in the game are damn good at flying too. KyleTzy is 8-0-4 on the sling. TNC got split up in that last engagement.
Oh, right now as they march into the base, this could be it for TNC.
The airtime on the Falcons, unbelievable. Going for the sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, Falcons PH, take it 2-0.
2-0 in a sweep. And the Battle of the Air is decided for Team Falcons as they sweep out TNC.
What a turnaround. We thought we were heading into a game number 3. But even in that last Lord fight, that felt like a premonition. The punish, the counter engage. And that's exactly where Falcons got TNC.
Man, that was... It's 2 series now that we've had that moment.
Yeah.
Where we think it's, you know, gonna go 3 games, game 3 is gonna happen to us, and then there's one specific fight where something just turns it in their favor, and this time around, it's Team Falcons. Again, I'm surprised that it actually ended the way that it did there.
And what's painful is the team that was in control prior clearly made a decision that allowed for the otherwise to happen.
Yeah, and think about it, that was also off the base of the kick from Flap.
Yeah.
When they went for, you know, the kill on, was it Few? So again, TNC, they take their bow here. Of course, this is a loss for them. They've got to taste defeat at some point. You know, they're going to definitely learn from this. But again, I'm going to say, like, we should have gone into a game 3. It was just unfortunate that for them, they got kicked out of their position.
Yeah, a split moment where a bit of the discipline that we saw TNC Pro Team was holding on to for a majority of that game. It just slipped. Zyda got a little bit too excited. And for a moment, it's as if TNC Pro Team didn't acknowledge that there's a Ling on the other side. That yes, you got a clear cut. Any Hayabusa would decide to commit a shadow kill there. But with the Ling ready to split that team fight, the rest of the backline of TNC not ready to respond, there was no trade for Zyda getting kicked by Flap, and eventually for Lord JM getting picked alongside him. That was that. Excuse me, Lancey getting picked beside him. That was it.
There's just no equivalent to the synergy that Flap, TZ, and Few have.
Yeah.
I bet Few had that come. He's like, he's going to press. I press, he's going to press it.
He knew. And we're going to throw it over on stage for our winner's interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a 4-match win streak, it's Team Falcons! Gentlemen, congratulations. KyleTzy, I'm sure Jamie and I have a lot of questions, right, Jamie?
Sobrang lakas nyo, guys. I mean, 3 weeks in, you are unbeatable, unstoppable. Tell us, ano nga ba yung ginagawa nyo para humanda sa mga games nyo?
Yeah, for sure, Kyle. Ano bang kadalasan na ginagawa nyo?
Kadalasan po lagi ginagawa namin, nagbabanding po kami every after ng practice. May ginagawa po kami mga cards game, gano'n, or kay boss rin po, lagi po siya nagpapano sa amin, nagbibigay ng games after stream.
So bonding talaga. KyleTzy, both great teams, they put up a good fight as well. Knowing na they're on a momentum as well, sobrang lakas din ng TNC. What did you feel while you were playing against them kanina?
Siguro po confident lang po kami lagi sa namin, sa mga laro po namin. Kasi wala na po pressure sa amin sa sarili po namin. Kasi sanay na po kami sa mga pressure.
Sanay na. Okay, and ang galing ng games. I'm gonna say the line again. I said it during the first match.
Okay.
Hindi na umabot sa game 3.
Hindi na talaga. Actually, I wanna know more. Kasi, Kyle, nakita ko yung laban kay Zyda kanina. And he had a really good competition against you in terms of retry. Ano bang feel mo kay Zyda in that very first match?
Masaya po ako na nakikita ko na po siya naglalaro kasi nung amateur po namin, malakas po talaga siya. Kasabayan ko din po talaga siya. So, I'm happy na naglalaro na po siya as a main 5. Hindi na po siya sub-player.
And props to you as well kasi maganda rin naman ang pinakita mo. This time, I wanna give it to Few. Alright, Few? With that match alone, not only do you achieve top 1 all-time in assists in MPL Philippines, pero ito rin ang pinakaunang 3,000 assist milestone ng isang player in MPL Philippines history. Walking legend for a reason. Few, ano ba? Like, hindi ko na alam kung ano pang kailangan kong masabi sa'yo, but I wanna know kung anong klaseng motivation, but aside from motivation, how do you stay in condition, in tip-top shape, given na ang tagal mo nang naglalaro?
Pag nakikita ko siguro yung mga taong laging naniniwala sa akin, mas ginaganahan akong galingan palalo.
And there were a lot of people believing him as well, right?
So Few, parang nakita na namin talaga yung mga baon nyo, no? Ang galing-galing nyo talaga. Again, Great performance so far. Pero week 3 pa lang, ano ba ang aabangan namin sa inyo in the coming weeks?
Siguro mas marami pa kaming ilalabas na na mga hero. Kasi hangga't maaari ngayong regular season gusto namin palawakin yung hero pool namin eh.
There you have it, Hans.
Marami pa.
Oo,
Marami
so
pa.
much in store for us.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. And speaking of heroes, meron ding lumitaw kanina. Flap, I wanna ask more about that export pick. Kasi parang hindi namin kadalasan na nakikita yan eh, right? Gawin mo nga yung post. Yung intro mo,
Sige nga, Hans,
Ilang
gawin mo
kilos
nga.
yan? Ilang kilos yan? Ilipat mo. Few. Kaya mo ba yan? Ay, hindi.
Few over to you.
Pumili ka. Si Pando, ikaw daw.
Oh, sige.
Ikaw, Pando.
Kaya mo yan.
Pando, 5.
Siya yung nagpauso.
Siya ang nagpauso. Okay, do it. O, mandamay na kayo. Isa pa. O, 3 ka daw kayo ni Ogen. Eto na yun. Okay.
Do it, Ogen.
Anong tawag sa post na to?
The Glorious.
The Glorious Post. Okay, mula ngayon tatawagin na natin tong The Glorious Post in 1, 2, 3.
Go! Ayan.
A total of 540 kilograms lifted. Grabe.
Hans, dapat sumali ka na.
Hindi. Wala.
Okay,
Sayang.
fine.
Gagawin ko sana. But
you
again,
know what,
going
Hans? All for fun, because we said it at the beginning
Yeah.
of our match today na
Yep.
it's the rise of the duos. Gusto kong malaman, may duo ba sa team nyo?
Oo nga.
Meron ba?
Meron lang kasi yung TZ Brothers eh. 'Di ba? Pero kung ikaw ang papipiliin, Flap, meron pa ba? Or satisfied na kayo very much with TZ Brothers?
Ano ba? Super Ogwen.
Super Ogwen.
Super Ogwen.
Bakit Super Ogwen?
Super Marco and Ogwen. Okay.
Kasi may connection sila gabi-gabi. Magkatabi sila sa...
Ay! Wait. Kindly explain. May connection sila gabi-gabi.
Flap,
Paki-explain.
nung nakaraan makunat. Ngayon, gabi-gabi. Ano bang meron?
Parang nagpapa-improve sila ng chemistry.
May chemistry.
Okay, let's
Tama
leave
nga
it at
naman.
that.
Yes, please. Let's
Iwan
leave
na
it
lang
at that,
natin
Hans.
doon. I'm sure there were a lot of people supporting you today, Flap TZ, and the rest of Team Falcons. Ano masasabi mo sa kanila? Sa lahat ng mga fans na sumusuporta sa inyo.
Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, lalo na sa girlfriend ko nandito.
Oh.
Tapos thank you rin po sa sa fans ng TNC, tsaka kay Doggy.
Love it.
There you finally have it. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons.
Congrats again.
Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with your 4th match win streak, you may now take your bow. Ibang klase ang Team Falcons. After their 0-2 loss in that first week, things have completely changed since then.
You know what? That wasn't the result I was expecting, Hans. But, I mean, it is, of course, gonna happen if you have such great teams. So, both of them were strong. Pero nga, one team played better tonight.
Yup, one milestone after another. Yan ang aasahan natin mula sa Team Falcons. Pero ano pa nga ba ang insights ng ating mga casters? Back to you.
This is what we have. So thank you for
glorious.
So glorious.
So glorious. I feel the glory.
You feel that glory?
Ugh.
Hey, shout out to Team Falcons, and the boys have been working out, and they've also been bonding. This is Flap TZ right here, by the way. He's holding it all the way through this entire breakdown of post-game stats. Leo will hold that. So let's go ahead and look at our MVP here, KyleTzy, 8-0-4 on the Ling. And mind you, there were some times where Kyle couldn't even get his own buff.
Yep.
And he still made the place.
It's a late entry. I feel like that's what Falcons eventually banked on. You saw there were times that they were clearly giving up objectives. They were contesting it, but they were just trying to say, okay, if it gets caught, if we get it, sure, why not? But we're just going to go ahead for the counter engage. We're going to play around the Ling. It's instead of the Ling diving in, setting things up, it's them just going for the counter punch, and it worked out because that's how Falcons started winning this again, from that Lord, going into diving under the base, going back, and then eventually punishing TNC for being just slightly undisciplined at the wrong time.
they understand and know the tempo, the ebb and flow of an MLBB match, that they're able to make these plays. They're able to set up certain trades that no other team would get away with.
Yeah, and part of it too, again, their team fighting decision making is always what's really stands out to me with Falcon, you know, and this is that kick that Flap got here. And it was a good, I mean, it was an attempt from TNC that just, unfortunately for them, Zyda ends up getting caught out, and Kyle's like, well, I'm going to go cut everybody off in the backside. And they do it, and then, you know, they end up winning the game here. And TNC, we have seen really good things from them for the past couple of weeks. Well, unfortunately, their team fighting was just kind of overpowered by Team Falcons, who, again, if you guys have been watching these guys and all the things they've accomplished over the past couple of years, you know how good they are when it comes to these objectives and team fighting. And sometimes it means giving up some of the objectives. Like in this case, they didn't go for any of the turtles because they knew with the composition that they had and how the early and mid game was going that they had to adjust from that. And they just decided, we're going to win these team fights.
They stole 3 away from Kyle, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the total count.
Oh, yeah. In terms of the purple buff. So for Falcons, alongside acknowledging that, okay, their strengths are this, they'd rather play around going for the counter engage. It's really cool that how in that last sequence, you saw that KyleTzy was like, I'm going to fly through. They're running away. But hey, someone's not here. Instead of actually cutting off the exit directly, he was looking for Kozen, which he saw wasn't close to the rest of TNC Pro Team that decided to dive forward. So he immediately checked the mid-shrub, the mid-lower shrub, and found Kozen, got him, and luckily was also just at the same area where the rest of TNC were running to. That was crazy calculation by KyleTzy.
Instincts.
Instincts at that point.
Instinctual,
and,
yeah.
Instinctual and... What do we got? The new duo for this one, Super Ogwin, huh?
It makes sense now. Remember in the ping check, Marco was telling someone, "Hey, you were sleeping in my bed."
Yeah,
you can't. That was Ogwin.
So Ogwin decided to sleep in his bed.
Look at the look of shame.
Oh yeah, he stole his bed. I think we gotta get down to the bottom of it. Maybe Super Marco actually has like the most comfortable bed in the boot camp.
Yeah.
And
that's
then
why he's the
Ogwin
chillest.
Yeah, and Ogwin just decided to, this is my bed now.
You have no choice, Marco.
No choice.
This is for the sake of chemistry.
For the sake of chemistry. And this is our BPI rich guy here. Of course, it's KyleTzy. And
no money on Turtle or Lord.
No money.
This will definitely skew his stats. Prior, again, I said earlier, he was #1 in Lord control. And for the sake of the game, for the sake of winning, he just lets it go.
Yeah, well, to be fair, there were 1 or 2 that Zyda just straight up won with Retribution duels.
Yeah,
so we have to acknowledge that.
So Kyle lost the battle, but he won the war.
He won the war, exactly.
And, you know, honestly, I feel like with specifically, and maybe that's why we haven't seen the Ling pop up, you know, so often, because it can get shut down like that. And like I said, he held
on to it.
He held on to it this whole time. You can rest now, bro. You can rest now. It's okay.
You can let it go now. It's all right. It's all good.
They know you're buff.
Get it.
All right.
All right. Ow.
We've seen the gains, bro.
Ouch.
It's all right. Breathe.
It's not easy.
Through it.
So again, congratulations there to Team Falcons and TNC. I feel like there's not a ton that you have to break down from game 2, because honestly, that probably should have been their game. We should be going to like game 3. It was like one, I would say really one mistake, if you want to really call that, or it was just unfortunate the way that team fight unfolded that they lost.
It was 2 or 3 that led up to that mistake.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and hear this mic check from Team Falcons on their win. Well, as you heard from the mic check, you know, honestly, I'm always trying to decipher like what they're saying.
Yeah, to be fair, it doesn't take a Filipino language speaker to understand, because it just seemed like, from my opinion, from what I heard, is it's just checking yes or no, yes or no.
Yeah.
Here, there, yes, no. Do we, and then that's how Falcons finds their targets.
Hey, this looks like a familiar platform here from Romel Merculio. KyleTzy is back. Gigil, Bumawi, mga TZ na yun. So the TZ people are they're very Gigil. How do we explain Gigil in English?
I think for the past 2 years we've confirmed that there's no word for giggle in
Yeah,
English.
it's just like that's the best way to translate the word giggle. It's literally just like
yeah, it's literally like
it's like you really want something and it makes you shake.
And am I correct to assume there's only 4 TZs left in the league?
KyleTzy,
Flap
TZ,
and 3 more
and 3 more TZ. Well, I hope we get to see 3 more play, you know? Love to see that. So, speaking of this Infinix standings, after this day 1 of week 3 has ended, you can see now we've got Team Falcons up there at 4 points alongside TLPH. And now we still have 2 teams at 3, 2 teams at 1, and 2 teams at 0.
Find ourselves in a slightly familiar territory where 2 teams that around this time of the year last year were was ruling over MPL Philippines, Team Liquid, and of course the roster of Team Falcons PH.
That's why they call them the Titans of MLBB, man.
The Titans are back, man.
The Titans are back, and also our fans out there, the Titans themselves, for the Fansik Laban. This is a tournament that's going on for all the fans of the teams. So this happens here, of course, on ground, and right now the Bees are on top, and then you have, so it's like the opposite.
Yeah.
It's the Bees and the Mines are on the top.
To be fair, the Mines and the Falcons have played so many matches, and the Bees have played just 3.
Yeah, I wonder how the scheduling works. But by the way, just so you guys know, like the Fansik Laban, they also have a playoffs themselves. So the fans, of course, of the teams, they get to go ahead and compete.
And they play on Infinix phones?
They play on Infinix phones. Some of those are also shoutcasted. I think some of the casters go ahead and join some of that, and then eventually they have a playoffs too. So any final thoughts for today, boys?
I like that there's more picks. I hope teams continue with this trend for the weekend.
Yeah.
Because we need this. We need this meta refresh of teams willing to try new things.
My prediction on points still so far, so haters,
come at me. Did you see the flex earlier? I don't know if you guys are
I'm
going to
in the arena.
He's in the arena. Well, that's it for us today here, guys, for week 3, day 1. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. We're going to close out the day by throwing it over to the hosts.
You know what, Jamie? Nag-uumpisa pa lang ang ikatlong linggo at mainit na kagad ang mga laban dito sa MPL Arena.
Sweep para sa Omega who got their first win of the season.
And in that second matchup, we saw the Battle of the Skies where it's Team Falcons na nakakuha ng kanilang 4th match win streak.
Hans, marami pa tayong matutuklasan bukas.
But the question is, alam nyo rin ba na MLBB Golden Month celebration na naman ulit, saktong-sakto.
I'm sure everyone is excited, kaya kita-kita tayo bukas. Kita-kita taugma. Sabay-sabay natin ulit tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! Kita-its bukas!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment,